Hello. Welcome to an early version of the office hours. We've been streaming for the last 4 or 5 hours now because we're doing the server meshing test, which did not go well, but not for the reasons you think. But hello, chat. It was a successful dumpster fire test. It was definitely a test of patience. It didn't go well, likely because of features that weren't necessarily directly related to server meshing. Because it seems like they were trying to do hot fix on the fly for a bunch of things, and it sounded like what they were trying to do was fix problems that were causing 30Ks. That was software related. I like your haircut. I'm happy to see you again, AstroPub. Thank you, Trip. Thank you for the $10. So what happened? No one can tell you exactly what happened except for CIG. However, I can tell you that CIG is building a new build for the server meshing test for tomorrow. So if you're watching this after the fact, it'll be Friday on the 21st of June, probably around the same time. My guess is if they would do it, which is around 3 p.m. Eastern, which is about noon Pacific. So, and they've said they ran this last one for 4 to 6 hours, ran it for about 3. It's likely going to be another 3.22 build. That's the thing. I will walk you through what I experienced and what I think a lot of people experienced. First off, it's a 3.22 build because it's the build that they were testing. They're building the branch they're building server meshing into to test, which is what they did with March. So like that was the same build that they were working on March with a different hardware configuration. So instead of having 8 servers, it was 3, and it was supposedly more efficient hardware setup. The issue was that you have to download 90 gigabytes for it. So you had to download the game all over again because it was a completely different version of the game. So that took some time. And people like me were stupid and tried to do the trick where you kind of rename your file. You copy live and you rename it to something different and then try to put it in there. And that didn't work. So as a result, it took a lot longer to download. And those who did have their tech files, it was basically the same thing from the previous tech previews. So if you have the tech preview files, do not delete them because you want them to be able to test them again. But I didn't. But everybody else who did get in, the reports I got was when you could get in, because there was a lot of trouble getting in because they only had 3 shards open, 3 shards with 3 servers. That initially 30 FPS servers, great performance, fantastic. And then by the time that you could get around and fly around to different moons, they would shut down the servers. And the reason why was because they were live hot fixing the issues. So they would shut down the servers, try to fix the issues, bring them back up, and then they would still have those issues. So they keep doing that. But because there were only 3 servers, everyone was trying to get in. So as a result, there was a 60K error. The 60K error is server is full. The server you're trying to get into is full. Don't try to do it anymore. So most people sat there in their 60K errors, clicking it over and over and over and over again for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, hours, trying to get in and couldn't. And then when you could get in, it's because they took down the servers so that they could apply some hot fixes live and more people hopped in and then kind of happened. There could have also been some 30K errors that were just caused by other things. It sounded like from the way they were talking about, a lot of this stuff had to deal with not the servers directly, not the meshed servers, but all of the software that was connected to them. We won't know until tomorrow or until they do a postmortem. They haven't done it. They probably won't do it. They'll probably just keep pushing it on. So you will hear a lot of folks who will say, Star Citizen is failed its server meshing test. The game has failed. Cry for the hills. But the reality is that this is likely one of many. I expect probably once a week, if not once every other day in July, because July is their last month to do a bunch of these tests before they have to go into Evocati. because they almost certainly want to release this thing, 4.0 I should say, before CitizenCon. And given that it's a 4.0, I guarantee you it's going to be very difficult, a very big patch to do. So, was there an ISC? There is an ISC. We're going to watch it together. What was the maximum number of players for this test? Wikipedia confirmed it was 200. 200 per shard. Aren't tests more valuable if they fail? They are. That's why I say they're gonna see. Not only is it not a bad sign, but we're likely going to see more, and they'll probably see more failures. CIG is going to be doing a lot of experimentation with different server configurations to try to get them to the right configuration so that they can see what works and what doesn't. The purpose of this patch, they said specifically, of this test, was it's the same one. The exact same one as the one had in March, but at a different server configuration. So they wanted to compare data from this server configuration compared to the last one, that they had 8, to see if they had improvements here or there. And it sounded like they didn't get that data, so they want to rebuild it and try to get it again. It sounds like it wasn't really dedicated to, like, a lot of the problems did not surround the thing they wanted to test, so they're trying to fix those problems so they can actually test it. Wasn't Friday the original day for the test? No, it was today, but they sprung it on people last minute. Like it came up. Oh, I should probably change this to office hours. All right. There you go. He got the title already. Star Citizen failed server meshing. Yep. It's going to be everywhere. And maybe they can afford another pack of ramen. Was the new hangar system in test? No, that's not coming out until tomorrow. That is the Evocati version. We'll talk about that here in a moment because that's 3.24. I'm predicting the future. I'm looking into my crystal ball using my psychic powers, and I'll say Dextero will have a single, like, maybe a paragraph tweet about Star Citizen failed its latest round of server meshing, because they are very, very butthurt about Star Citizen, and they know they can get a lot of engagement. Then I could see, oh, is this IGN? It's IGN. I'm seeing IGN saying $700 million game fails its latest round of server testing. Because of course. Someone's going to make yeah, there we go. And someone's going to make a Starliner joke in the center of all of this. We're all thinking, and I'm just going to say it, the MSR should have an exploration variant. Like, you're the one who said that there, Trip. The reality is, as I said before, it's neither good nor bad sign. Probably a better sign than success would be, honestly, because CIG gets a lot more data with failures than they do with successes. Because you never know what they caught in this test, what happened in this test that could have happened live if they didn't catch it. but they wouldn't have been able to test it without, 4,000 backers pounding down the door trying to get in. There you go, Bundo. That's perfect. $700 million game with $448,000 ship pack, extorts player base, and can't make servers run right. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. Print it. You just add a little snark to it, like, because of course, or again, or no release in sight. StarCitizen Live update. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we unfortunately have to cancel and reschedule this week's episode of StarCitizen Live. We'll be back next week with another show. Okay. To be fair, people get riled up with gaming articles about Star Citizen. Hey, get some clicks, man. I'm not going to hate on people getting stuff. Like, one of the reasons why I did the server meshing test, even though I knew it wasn't going to be great content, is because I knew if I put server meshing test in my title, y'all would fucking show up. Many of you probably didn't even know what was going on. And many of you didn't when I was doing it, because I actually streamed it a little earlier, for those of you who are watching this after the fact. And yeah, a lot of you showed up to watch me download the game. I'm going to do it again tomorrow and whenever they do it again, because I know y'all want to see that content, because you want to see it, because many of you are working or out with family and touching said grass, because grass is everywhere this time of season, or it's inappropriate hours for you because it's early in the morning, late at night. I know you don't, Jen. It's because I love you. Careful, Paul. They're going to make you editor-in-chief at IGN at this rate. Just get paid more. Do I get paid more than my teaching job? I'll take it. 10 reasons CIG fails you. You won't believe number 6. To be fair, I thought it was a cool thumbnail and clipped. Thank you. That thumbnail is actually from the 3.24 announcement, so we'll talk about that here in a moment. I hear it pretty often from people that read negative things about Star Citizen and just had to check out the project out and ended up backing. That's generally how CIG has gotten most people past the original announcement. I would say past 2014, most people have gotten in because a friend was raving about it, or they found a bunch of negative articles about it and or a bunch of people talking about it negatively and be like, what the fuck is this game? I knew, Paul. I'm here as I've not decided whether to be tired tomorrow morning is a thing I want to live with. For those of you who are here for just for me and my stunning personality and the cool hangouts, I thank you. I love you. Thank you. you are the wind beneath my wings. Summit himself said, you guys in chat are calling it a scam is bothering me more than any bugs. Yeah. I feel like if CIG just showed up with his build with like, say, 3.0, like, so they just released 3.0 and said, hey, this is early access. We're selling game copies, even if they're selling ships, I think they would have, none of this like negative marketing would have been around. Like Kerbal Space Program was in development for like 7 years. DayZ, I think, was about the same. DayZ standalone. And you never heard this kind of negative attention. There's a lot to do with, well, partially because CIG is controversial selling ships. So people say it's pretty high. But I think a lot of it also has to do with just time. You know, when Star Citizen was announced in 2012, it was a pretty big deal. And a lot of people were making a big stink about it. And it generally had a pretty positive reputation between 2012, 2013, 2014. Fucking Biscuit, for those of you who are OGs like me, had a fucking back. He interviewed Chris Roberts about it. For those of you who don't know, it's the lull guy. If you type in LUL, capital LUL, that's actually Biscuit. If I recall, the articles 12 made it sound like risk it for the biscuit, for a biscuit. I'm forgetting his full name. TotalBiscuit, I think. Yeah, TotalBiscuit. I'm not in a cult. Hey, Death. The WoW podcaster? Yeah. I still remember when Tech Jesus Steve from Gamers Nexus interviewed CR. A TotalBiscuit, who famous for what the fuck is stuff. I'm ready for the Vault Lord, though. I am too. Yeah. He died of cancer in 2018. It was something that he had been I think he had been fighting since 2014. So he was fairly young too. He was born in 84. So he was only 33. I'm older than TotalBiscuit was when he died, which is crazy to think about. He had a wife and a kid, but he was pretty famous. He was probably one of the most influential. I would honestly put him up there with the angry video game nerd. As influential internet personality dealing with video games. He famously had a ton of battles with different companies and stuff like that. Yes, I am going to be CitizenCon this year. I don't mean to be sad about that, but I just wanted to give you that context. TotalBiscuit was a fan of Star Citizen. TotalBiscuit backed Star Citizen and was talking about it because of he was a big fan of Chris Roberts. Same with Scott Manley. Scott Manley played a lot of Star Citizen. One of the reasons why I knew about Star Citizen was Scott Manley. So you can tell things have soured over time. I think that's really the key, is that it's just the length of time. His wife still streams? It's good to hear. So, yeah. All right. With that being said, though, keep a lookout for those. And I will say 100%, 100% prepare for more tests and more failures and some successes and ups and downs. Be ready for a lot of weird shit between now and the end of July. Yeah, a lot of things, a lot of memes, or I should say, not tropes, but like sayings in the gaming industry come from him. Like, don't pre-order, never pre-order. That was his big campaign. Things about checking the fucking menus. He would go through the menus every time he booted up a game to see if things like FOV sliders, to see all the things you could do, and all the so like a lot of what today is standard, where like people will pull up the menu to see like what resolutions you can be at, all these sorts of things. That really didn't happen in reviews until Biscuit did it. So. He was a big proponent of player advocacy. He hated railed against microtransactions and other things like that. I think he famously got blacklisted by EA, or was that Sterling? Might have been Sterling. Yeah, the co-optional podcast with Jesse Cox and him. That's how gaming podcasts are done on YouTube, you know. It's inevitable that you will eventually be older than someone who died, as when they die, they stop aging while you continue. It's more that, like, you know, it's weird to think that I am older than a man who had such a big impact on the gaming sphere and the world in general. I wouldn't say, I don't want to be like super, like he's a super huge hero, but like he's always going to be remembered for his influence. And he died at 33. I'm 37. I don't have a kid. I have nowhere near his popularity. And it's weird to think that I live as long as I have with all the stupid decisions I have, but somebody like that who legitimately is a better human being than I am, had to die at 33. It's so weird. But is this time of year when Star Citizen has all the drama? Yes. Now, you know why that is, right, Shady Face? I was 47 when my oldest was born. Yeah, I know. But I mean, I'm just comparing. Never, which you should never do. Yeah, I miss his videos too. I used to watch them all the time. But yeah, this is around the time when all the drama pops up. The reason why is because summer is a dead time for games. This has been the case for many years. I learned this through working at GameStop, and many of you who have worked at GameStop probably have similar experiences, or gaming functions in general, or just working in the gaming industry. The summer is twofold. Number one is people like to do this thing called touch grass. So people go out and spend money on vacations, on dates, go out and meet other people and go spend money to go do fun things. Generally go out and do things that are outside of the house, because it's summer, it's warm, you don't have to stay cooped up in your house because, you know, why? Like, it's winter. So as a result, people just generally aren't spending money on things like video games traditionally. And then the other reason, which is my theory, is that video game developers do the same fucking thing. It's the summer, their kids are off of school, so they take the time. If they're going to take time off, they're going to take it during the summer, because that's the time that's available for them to hang out with their family, because that's the best time. So as a result, development slows down for every game in the summer, unless you're mostly single development team and stuff like that. But that's one of the reasons why summer is really an indie time. Like, a bunch of indie games come out between like end of June and early August every year, because it's just good times to come out because nobody else is coming out. And you don't have a huge audience. Your audience is usually dedicated gamers who spend all their time inside. This month, June. Yeah, June is the end of the early release season, because June used to be when E3 was happening. I think it was early June was when E3 happened. So it's usually July and August. Sometimes, usually towards the end of June, towards August. But you notice that there's nothing in July, and because there's absolutely nothing going on for most of the major gaming development in July, if you are a writer who writes about video games, you can't take a month off. Often you are living paycheck to paycheck or article to article. So you have to find any and all news you can get that will engage people and get them involved. Star Citizen is the gift that keeps on giving for those folks, because they can write rage bait articles that can get a lot of people invested, and they can make a lot of money off of the response. Especially with Twitter being monetized the way it is now, 100% that's what happens. Did they redo Fate Stay Night? The visual novel, or is it a new game? Does touching grass really do anything? I mean, if you touch grass, does grass give you something or do something? It means that you're out you're out collecting solar radiation, and that solar radiation is interacting with your skin and creating vitamin D. Typically, that's what it means. No, this is Star Citizen music. This is Star Citizen background music. You can do that without touching grass, though. But typically, it's the easiest time to do so is to gather said vitamin D is by touching grass. But the Daystar tries to burn us. That's why you wear sunscreen. I took the night person perk. Or smoking it. That's true. I love the vitamin D walls in space stations in Star Citizen. Really? There are vitamin D walls? Grass show confirmed. I'm a puppet of big grass. The sun is a deadly laser. I love that. You sound like someone who has a favorite servant. Entry-sen. How on fire was the server meshing? I don't think we even got to the point where server meshing could occur, because the servers were crashing more than like you couldn't even get on to the game. Again, it sounds like a broken record, but I don't think it was a server meshing issue. I think it was just a Star Citizen issue. It never even loaded up. My 15-day vacation will start in December. I really hope we have a functioning server meshing by December. I feel like we will. Yeah, same here, Zwadi. I literally finished downloading my files, and they closed the servers. They are going to be redoing it and trying to release possibly tomorrow, so we'll see. I think I've seen that. I don't remember it, though. That's the one that's like... I think it's by the same guy who... If you said my fuck this shit, I'm out. It's the same... the same guy, I believe. It might be different. Also, Treesan, I was going to respond to you on Discord. This Friday we can do group work. So tomorrow we can do group activities as like a lore activities if you want to. $5 p.m. CST. Sounds good. I'll probably be streaming a little bit before that if they do the server meshing test, but we'll go right into that. I made it to ASOP 4 times during the whole duration. Never made it to a hangar before 30K. I've got you curious now. So the lore officers, my organization's called League of Relic Enthusiasts. Dell who's in chat, and Tree are both officers, as well as Witcher Gary and Joe Freak. This will work properly. Would you stop it? So what are my predictions for CitizenCon? I think we're going to see a lot of systems. I think we'll see announcements for bounty hunting. We'll see kind of the early work for bounty hunting or scanning, almost certainly scanning. We're going to see probably early looks at Nyx using Planetech V5. Probably a future look at things like what Pyro is going to look like in the future. But mostly it's going to be, we're probably gonna have an entire day dedicated to Squadron, what's in Squadron, how Squadron will work, and also the release date for Squadron, or at least a release window for Squadron. And then on top of that, I think we will see the 1.0 roadmap announcement. Yeah, base building. The last things we need are base building, scanning, not piracy, bounty hunting, and exploration. Though scanning has a lot to do with exploration and such. And I guess technically info running, but I don't think that, I think that's going to be a smaller edition. Hacking, yeah, probably have some stuff on hacking. Farming is really base building. No, I meant you're talking about Fate like you've played it before. No, I watched the anime. I haven't played Fate. I watched the anime, and then I heard someone somewhere talk about how it's based off of an eroge game, and I'm like, man, that's the best-selling. That is the most porn to mainstream I've seen since gosh, what's his name? Mustache guy who did porn. Ron Jeremy. Since Ron Jeremy. Did the server mesh test happened? It happened, kinda. It was a combination of a 30K crash fest and a 60K couldn't get in. Did you see the Reddit post a few weeks ago about a Squadron 42 actress that said that they were doing mocap even with Mark Hamill? Does that mean even more delays? Nope. Not at all. It's called Second Unit. Or reshoots. Hope that explains it. Yeah, Second Units and pickups. Not really reshoots, but pickups. Filler stuff, hotlines. So what CIG does, and you can see this if you read some of the monthly reports for Squadron 42, which the next Squadron 42 monthly report, which I recorded last week, will be up this Thursday because I wanted to do the Q&A first. The way that YouTube works, if I drop too many videos right after each other, they cannibalize each other, so I have to wait about a day or two between them. But I asked because the option to my download and it doesn't appear in my launcher. Try copying your PTU account, Renamon. Then it should show up. They try to do as much pickup as possible. So I've talked with CIG developers who have literally done stand-in for certain actors. like people who are tech people, like people who are not actors, who are like, you're about the height and weight of this actor, stand in and do this action. And so they do the mocap actions for them. There's more than one actor or more than one developer has done that. And so they do as much as they can to fill in the gaps. But one of the things that it's similar to movies as video games are, is that you have an original idea, a shooting script, blockouts, you got everything else. But once you actually get to the editing room floor, once you actually start to put everything together, you find that you have these holes you need to fill, either because of narrative or because of interest, or with Star Citizen, or with any game, gameplay, with content. Content evolves and things change and level designs change. So you need to add in more dialogue here and there, and or mocap, which you don't necessarily have with a actor who is not that actor. Sometimes you can hire a lookalike or a sound-alike to help cover in. You can actually hear that sometimes in some games where like the actor sounds completely different. It's either because it's a completely different actor who's trying to mimic the voice of the other actor, or it's the same actor but recorded at a different time period, like maybe a couple years apart, so their voice quality may have changed. And he isn't even the first person. John Rhys Davies was last year in the studio doing pickup shots. So And that's the thing about pickup and second unit stuff is that generally speaking, you don't need the entire cast back. You need a couple of actors here and there for specific scenes. And you try to fill in as much as you can with what you have until you absolutely need to do pickups. So. Or they had a cold that day and you couldn't reschedule for another day, so cold it is. Yeah. They even mentioned that they were expanding on detail for the Squadron 42 universe. Yes, they actually hired outside developers to do collectibles. So. It should be great for them just to test. It wasn't fun. Can I say that again? About the actor. So for those of you who don't know us, I think she plays the female character model, though she may just be a character in Squad 42. Does anyone know the name of the actress so I can look her up? Because I saw that she did an interview on UK television. And she said, I was doing a video game, or I was doing a not a video game. She said I was doing a project. Oh gosh. Beer ad. Someone who asked me earlier, do you have the link? Eleanor Tomlinson. Okay. I'll pull it up. I'll probably get copyright struck for it, but I don't care. It's important. Oh, she plays Trejo. She plays Agent Trejo. She plays the best character next to Cal Mason. So, she plays Agent Trejo in Squadron 42, and this is from a recent interview.
I did a game recently, a motion capture game, and I didn't see the call sheet before I was called in, so I didn't know who was going to be there, and I'm sitting in the green room with this very, very charming actor, and we start talking, and he says, you know, have you done this before? And I was like, no, have you? He's like, yeah, I've done quite a lot of motion capture, you know, I've done quite a lot of CGI. I was like, oh, what have you done? He was like, darling, I'm Mark Hamill. And I was like,
no way. There is no way.
Wow.
You didn't recognize Mark Hamill?
No, but you know.
That's awkward.
Eleanor,
that is
bad. I love you even more for sharing that.
Thank you.
I did a
specifically a game, motion capture. She plays Trejo in Squadron 42. And the fact that this was recorded recently. Because recently was not 10 years ago when they did the shoot. It's a charming clip, but for people like us who dissect everything, there's a lot of information in that. Yeah, there is one. I didn't remember what the actress's name was who did it. So I looked it up and it literally pulled up Agent Trejo. It said her name plus Eleanor Tomlinson, and typed in Eleanor Tomlinson Squadron 42, and it pulls up. I'll pull it up real quick. It literally does this. That's Agent Trejo. That's what she plays. Oh, wait. You can't see anything. So, yeah, if you see this. Eleanor Tomlinson, Star Citizen, literally this. And then you go, that's what she plays. The space baking character, that's Tessa Bannister. What's the theme for this week's Captain's Table? I honestly don't know. I know Axis is going to be on it. I don't really have a theme. Yeah, she's the special agent in charge of the entirety of the Odin system. No, that's Sophie Wu from Kick-Ass. That's the one they rescued in the Vertical Slice. Yes. That's who Trejo is, Agent Trejo. Yeah. I think she played the Hit Girl or something like that. There's a lot of like, them actors in Squadron 42. It's like entirely filled with those folks. Like, Greyjoy, I think is her last name. The sister character, from it was a pirate in the Game of Thrones series. The actress, she's in Star Citizen. Mark Strong's in it. Gemma Weldon. That's her name. Gemma Weldon. And then she played in The Ship. I can't remember her name either. She plays the CO, not the CO, the first officer. Yeah, Gillian Anderson, Liam Cunningham. Yeah, the Onion guy who played Onion Knight. There's a lot of people from Boardwalk Empire and Game of Thrones and that kind of stuff. Ben Mendelsohn, yeah. Gemma Weldon, yes, you're talking about. Gemma Weldon. Welland? Not Weldon, Welland. Harry Threadway, yeah. I don't know if Harry Threadway's in that. I don't think he's in it. I'm looking up. Yeah, he's not in the list. That I can see. Okay, here's the IMDb for Squadron 42. These are the actors who are in it. Gary Oldman, Mark Hamill, Mark Strong, Sophie Wu, John Rhys Davies, Liam Cunningham, Jack Houston, best character playing Cal Mason, Ben Mendelsohn, Rona Mitra, Gillian Anderson, Sandy Roberts, Andy Serkis. Andy Serkis plays the main bad guy, the main Van Duel bad guy. Ian Duncan plays the player. Craig Fairbass plays one of the major bridge folks. Daniel Ings, Archie Reese. Gemma Weldon. Henry Cavill. Well, Harry Treadway is in there. Why is he not in there? Treadway. Tate Kennedy. Wade Briggs sounds familiar. Hey, William Meredith plays Miles Eckhart. That's who Miles Eckhart is. Neat. Good to know. She wouldn't be in Squadron 42. Oh, no, she is in Squadron 42. She's part of it now because she did pickup shots. I think some of them may had to have been replaced. I don't think she's been added onto there yet because I probably don't know her full character yet. Not only voice acting, but they also pay voice acting rates for screen capture, motion capture, which is a lot, which is really bad. It's actually one of the reasons why the actors were striking, I believe, for the Actors Guild strike, was because of you got paid shit if you did mocap work. You got paid awful rates. Yeah, there might be big names. None of these are really big names. I would say a lot of them are recognizable names that if you were like a fan of certain series, you might might know them. Like people who liked The Ship probably know Rona Mitra. You know? A lot of them, like I said, a lot of them are people from Boardwalk Empire or Game of Thrones, that kind of thing. A lot of the big names are not hot and up and coming names, except for maybe Cavill. Cavill inserted himself into the series. Yeah, Alex Wilton Reagan, who's the female model or the voice actress and character for the player. So if you are playing as a female character in Squadron, you play as she voices you. They got Claudio Clemente for SFX, who did Guardians of the Galaxy and Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of the concept work for ships was done by the person who basically has done all of modern spaceship design in cinema. I'm not even joking. They were the ones who did the new versions of, I forgot the name off the top of my head. They redesigned the Enterprise for the Kelvinverse, and then ended up working on a lot of the Enterprise and Star Trek stuff from Kelvinverse on, even the TV show stuff. They also got involved in Star Wars, all of the Star Wars shows and the Star Wars sequels, And they also did the Guardians of the Galaxy ships. And before they did all of that, they designed the Bengal. This is all before they had that budget. This is all when the most they'd raised was 60 million. These are folks who were not no names, but they were up and comers when they were originally doing stuff. Like you're talking about the SFX guy. Claudio Clemente. Edge of Tomorrow and Guardians of the Galaxy had not come out when they got him to do a lot of the work for Star Citizen, for Squadron. How did Cavill get involved? So Star Citizen is training an entirely new generation of ship and VFX artists. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people who work at CIG went off to go form their own studios or their own production companies, stuff like that. Are there some old ships, the ships creators? Yes, there is. There's actually one on that Jared did an interview with the creator. That's not right. I'm trying to look up the name because they did the one for 2009 Star Trek. They also redid the Millennium Falcon. I'm trying to remember all of them. It's not Sean Hargraves. Ryan Church. That's what I'm thinking about. Ryan Church. Ryan Church was the guy who did a lot of the early stuff. He did the Aurora, he did the Connie, and he did the Bengal. There's an interview with Ryan Church that that Jared did for an ISCL at one point. Weapons, ships, items. Okay. Do you have anything you want to talk about, Access, for a captain's table? Because right now it's just me and you. I have to pull some other people in there, but yeah. So yeah, so Henry Cavill. The reason why Henry Cavill got involved is, for those of you who don't know, which if you live under a rock, Henry Cavill is a massive, and I mean massive, gamer. He famously nearly missed his chance at getting Superman because he was in the middle of a WoW raid, and he wanted to prioritize his WoW raid over his callback for Superman. He's a mega nerd. He's famously now a 40K fan. Doesn't shut the fuck up about 40K. I think he was always a 40K fan, but yeah. Because he's a big PC fan, when Squadron 42 was being released, he was in the area. I think he was shooting Superman at the time. He showed up to the set with his agent and said, I really want to be part of this project, because he was a backer. And so Chris was like, all right, we'll have Superman as on set. So he plays Ryan Enright, who is a I think he's the captain of Squadron 42, or he's one of the leaders of Squadron 42 in the game. You actually see him in the cutscene in one of the original trailers with him and Cal Mason, where he says, Cal, you're on point. And Cal Mason goes, tally's on me. Let's go. Let's say hi. That's Ryan Enright. That's Henry Cavill. It's probably not a big role. It's more like a bit role because he was only on set for like a day. But yeah, he's in there. Banana K fan, but he's a Banana Boy fan. He also has Marines. Henry Cavill heard the name UE Warhammer and just manifested. To be fair, this to show you how much of a Warhammer fans the Star Citizen devs are, at least in the UK, they had a office tournament. I am not even kidding. They did an office tournament, 40K tournament in the UK. They have 40K regulation tables in their in their offices, which I think is also used for like D&D and such. They have a fucking regular D&D game. Like, they're gigantic. Of course they're nerds. They're the game developers. But like, yeah, they love 40K. So we're just manifesting a 40K error. There is a 40K error. They started the tournament right after 2.6. I think it's a 10th edition tournament because I saw them post some devs post about it on Twitter. Be like, I won a tournament. It's like a real Shark Tank, that. I know it's a Shark Tank because I know the lists that they build. John Crew is part of it, and John Crew is an absolute monster when it comes to competitions for those sorts of things. I could see John Crew being super sweaty. You know the ship designer is the guy who made Boone? Yeah, he's actually doing his own work now, which is pretty cool. I used to follow him on Twitter. I don't think he made Moon. He did the design for the robot in Moon. Gavin Rothery, yeah. Then I have 40K tournaments sound fucking awful. They sound awful. Anyone who's played 40K, so for those who haven't played 40K, imagine a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, but it's two people and they're facing each other. And you know how a Dungeons and Dragons game, you know, when a session can anywhere between like an hour to 2 hours, or you know, upwards of like 4 to 6. This is like a long Dungeons and Dragons game session where you're moving minis on the board, where it's all combat. You're moving minis on the board. You're measuring out distances. You're preparing attacks. You're referring back to your character sheets for all those sorts of things. It's a miserable experience. Yeah, everyone smells awful. It's just like D&D.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
That's all like.
But you can never.
That's complete bullshit, Samuel.
Take away my space game.
Insta Shinobi just resubscribed for 10 months. We need a 40K error.
We do. We do have one, I think. Thank you so much for that 10 months there. Into Shinobi, you're very important, proper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. No, it's that rumor was about him leaving. Comes from a fucking 4chan thread where it ended with the leak saying my dad works at Nintendo. First off, 4chan is your source. You've got a problem. 4chan is never right. And then when they end their leak with by the way, my dad works at Nintendo. I won best sportsman at the last tournament I was in. That's good. Trust me, I follow 40K extensively. I've been following 40K since 2020, since I got back into the hobby. I always like to show this off because I've actually been doing a lot of work too. I've been painting a lot. I haven't watched that vid yet, but I'm never going to be professional level, but I'm comfortable with that quality. Yeah, painted it. I painted this. I assembled it, painted it. The pauldron I had to get from a third party thing, but it's a custom chapter. I did the base for it too, so all that stuff is stuff I've bought and put together and stuff like that. So, yeah. Hey, Loken. I show minis and then Loken appears. Thank you for that raid. Welcome everyone from Loken Stream. My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and spacebar at the AstroPub. Your spacebar at the end of Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show.
You can take away my spaceship.
I word Warhammer game as fast as I can.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
The Javelin is very 40K inspired.
Take away my space game.
That long cathedral look.
Loken Plays just resubscribed for 55 months. I heard Warhammer and came as fast as I could.
Oh, thank you so much there, Loken, for that 55 months. You're very important, Pubber, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. Yours and good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Amazon's been focused on God of War and Tomb Raider. They're doing God of War series. Tomb Raider canceled Tom Clancy's season 5, so changing a lot. How I know if Amazon stays true to what they said. Amazon hasn't said anything. I think we've had one press release from Amazon that they want to do a Warhammer series, but it was such early days that we're like looking at like probably 2027 before we start seeing it, because I don't think they've even started shooting for the Warhammer series. And we would know they would start shooting from the Warhammer series because Valrak is a fucking monster who has A, connections, and B, a collection of uber nerds, similar to myself, who like to tell them all these information they can get. He's still 4chan. He fixed that 4chan leak. Oh, Sam is? Or Valrak? That leak from 4chan, the recent one, is awful. I wish to have a Hunt the Thunderhawk. Yes, I think that would be good. Let's see. 40K ships. I like to have a Valkyrie. I mean, we have a Valkyrie, but I mean like a Valkyrie, like gunship. Amazon's working on a God of War show. That's cool. Didn't know about that. I had stepped away from 2027. I thought it was Squadron 42. No. 40K show. The 40K TV show is probably a ways away. First off, like Lord of the Rings, the show, whether you like it or hate it, it was first announced in like 2014. It's like 2012, somewhere between 2012 and 2014 is when they bought the rights and announced they were going to do a show. And the first season of that show came out 2 years ago, like 2022, or was it last year? It was pretty recent, but it took them like 6 years to actually build it. So they've only announced Warhammer 40K TV show. It could take years before they get to that. I like the orc flyers, but that's because they're insane. I also am a fan of Drake, if you can't tell. I love the anvil design. I was actually was actually the first video of the Astro Historian I fully watched. I needed popcorn. I'm glad to hear that, Arch. I don't know what DFL means. I'm hoping it's a good thing. Nubsley, I was showing my wife the battle packs, like because of the new release. I was like, I want to get it. I want it. I want it. And Cam was like, yeah, it's cool. I'm like, it's too much, but it's really good deal. Like it was like $200 for an entire army. Like, it's not bad. It's still expensive because that's a lot to ask for, but I'm a Star Citizen fan, so that's not that much. Did I like Tom Clancy's? I didn't really like Jack Ryan. It didn't really click with me. I enjoy some of Clancy's movies, but I always felt like Clancy kind of has a very specific cadence that he has to hit in his stories, and the Jack Ryan stories are decent, but like he jumps the shark fairly quickly towards the end of his life when he was writing the last bit of the Tom Clancy's. My mom was a huge Tom Clancy fan. So. Who would you play against? It's the problem. Yeah, I'd have to play against Cam, which means that she would also have to, we'd have to pay $400, so she would have it as well. Been watching a lot of your lore videos. They slap. I can tell a lot of people have. So I released the last video I released, the one on the doctrine, naval doctrines. And I was like, this is going to do okay. I think it'll do okay. It'll get past like the 5,000, 6,000 mark, and then it'll die. Because it's not really a full video like the other ones have been, and it's kind of eh. And it did okay. It was about middle of the road. I think it was like 5 out of 10. And then like 3 days ago, it went from 5 out of 10 to 3 out of 10. I was like, what? And by the way, when I say out of 10, YouTube tracks the last 10 videos you did, and it tells you what position it is based off the last 10 videos you did. So it went from 5 out of 10 to 3 out of 10. And then suddenly, like 2 days ago, or the day after that, it went from 3 out of 10 to 1 out of 10. And then it slipped back down to 2, but it's been in the top 3 for the last several days. And I was like, what? What? Oh, okay. You're talking about blue gender. Let me explain something. Hey, how's it going, Bunny Hearted? I love the new large ones. How do you do the large ones? I haven't seen the Space Marine 2 though. No, I haven't. Okay. Remember who the director is. I always forget his name, but I've discovered that Ryosuke Takahashi is my favorite anime director of all time, and I will fight everybody. He made Armored Trooper Votans. He made he made Dograms. He made Blue Gender. And all of those have been my favorite mecha series. non like mainline, you know, like a Gundam or something like that. What's Blue Gender? Okay. So, I'm going to pitch you this idea and explain that it's very dark and very sexual. Not overtly, but it's kind of, it's part of the themes. The thing you got to understand about Ryusuke Takahashi is that Ryusuke Takahashi is very political. And I don't mean that as in like political agenda, but as in he loves politics. There's an episode of one of his Mecha series that's literally about land reform. An episode about people arguing in a boardroom about land reform. And it's key to the entire plot of a giant mecha series punching each other to death. That is my shit. Inject it into my skull. I liked Visions. I like Star Wars Visions. So Blue Gender is that kind of idea. It is telling a political story and has a very politics. But the other thing that Takahashi loves to do is that he loves to inject philosophy. He's very philosophical in his work. It's usually like I think he actually worked on the original Gundam. So a lot of his sort of all of the kids, a lot of the Gundam's storylines of child soldiers get PTSD is from him. He's the one who pulled a lot of those ideas out. So Blue Gender is a story. It starts off with a kid who is, I forgot the name of the main character. I think it was... Oh, he did. So who wrote the script for Stardust Memory, to give you the concept. He was also the director of the Silent Service, yeah. Yuji Kaido. I started watching 86, never finished it, but this is sci-fi related, and I think it's important to you understand it's like why I like lore a lot and like the kind of lore I like. It has something to do with this. So it starts in 2009, so which was in the future at that point. This was made in like 99. It was made in 99. So it starts in 2009, where a kid who's like 18 years old, named Yuji Kaido, he's literally a gas station attendant. He finds out that he's diagnosed with a disease that's called B cells. This disease isn't curable. However, they have invented cryogenic stasis so they could freeze these people who have these B cells to preserve them for the future, and hopefully study the impact of the cells and then heal them in the future. And so he agrees to go into stasis with a bunch of other people, and there are people like this all over the world. Like all of these people develop these B cells at the same time. And so he goes into stasis, and he then suddenly wakes up. And when he wakes up, 22 years have passed, and it's a hellscape. All of he wakes up and he's being like transported, like his pod's being transported. And this gigantic bug shows up and just knocks things around. These like human looking creatures with these like really evil masks are fighting these bugs. And he's like, what the fuck is going on? And he loses his mind. He tries to run away because a mech shows up and just stabs one of these bugs to death after it rips like one of the arms off and killed several of the people who are transporting him. So he's losing his mind. He panics and runs. He runs back to the stasis where he sees all of the stasis pods have been cracked open. Everything along the walls is filled with this green goo. And the people who were in stasis, one of the girls he saw get into stasis because he thought she was cute, he sees her body twisted and contorted into a ball of green goo with other bodies of other people who are in the stasis. So yeah, he has a panic attack and gets saved by the person in the mech suit, who happens to be a woman named Marlene. She and the rest of her surviving team pull him out and explain that Earth has been lost to a species known as the Blue, these giant bugs that have been evolving. And they're from a space station called Second Earth. And they've been ordered to return to Earth to capture what they call the sleepers, people who were put into stasis because of the B cells. Yeah, see, like that's where it starts. And so the journey is for them to get to Second Earth. So the first half of the series is Yuji and the rest of this team going to Second Earth and things going wrong. So like the original point something goes wrong, so they can't get to the original point, so they have to go to another location, and they eventually escape. But as a result, it's got this kind of road trip thing where you start to learn more and more about the world and about the people who's saving him, and you start to question if these people are actually good people, like what's actually going on. It's about 24 episodes, so it's not very long. It's about 24 episodes, and then there's an inverse about halfway through. But it's really emotional. It really is tied in with this romance a budding romance between Marlene, the mech pilot who saved him, and him, and Yuji. And their relationship kind of centers around it. And there's a lot of question about like sexuality and like how sex is viewed by people. There's also a lot of questions about things like emotions and like what their value is. And there's a lot of like environmentalism inside of it. So it's reverse Astro Lost in Space, but plus mechs. Yeah. And it's my favorite type of mech, where it's not this gigantic, hulking 40-foot monster. It's like 10 foot tall. They're like barely above exosuits, except if you pilot them. I will always recommend Blue Gender. It is one of my favorite animes, one of my favorite mecha series as well. It's not really a mecha as much as it's about, because it involves like, it's one of my favorite combinations. It's kaiju and mechs. If you're a big fan of Starship Troopers, it borrows heavily from Starship Troopers, because the blue are very bug coded, arachnid coded, and the Second Earth is very Federation coded. How tall are Titan suits? About 8 feet. I think they're about 8 to 10 feet tall. They're about the same size as a Van Duel, so they're not huge. They're like 2 to 3 feet taller than your average person. Yeah, Blue Gender. Look it up. I heard Kaiju number 8's good. So now you know Samuel. Everyone else here has known that I'm a mech fan for a long time. If they put a mech in Star Citizen, that's all I would use. It's like, Paul, this is a space mission. I don't give a fuck. Slap me in. Let me do it right.
Put me in the metal womb. I seek to dispense the Emperor's justice. Only in death is to the end.
It's hot Mech Summer after all. Exactly. Hopefully the voice effect worked. I don't know if it did or not. It's supposed to have. Even in death, I still serve. Yes. Cam play Star Citizen. No. She's a Squadron 42 girl. Good. I'll add this in, then we'll watch ISC because we're kind of getting to the Rex one. So for those of you who don't know, starting in July, I am starting what I'm calling Hot Mech Summer. Now, it might be starting next week. We'll see. I'll talk to Loken and a bunch of other people, but we'll talk Loken and QPan because I'm gonna want to do it. I want to do the Loken pub and plays either on Friday or Wednesday or something like that. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna do a playthrough of Mech Warrior 5, but it's not just gonna be Mech Warrior. I'm gonna be playing Mech Warrior 5 throughout the entire campaign. I'm also gonna be doing the entirety. I'm gonna do a charity stream for Titanfall 2. So I'm gonna do the campaign for Titanfall 2 from like the entire campaign. We'll be raising money for charity, and I'm gonna play Armored Core 6. I'm also going to spend some time and play a few indie games, probably in the mornings, maybe like on Mondays and Tuesdays, or other things like that. I'll have to figure out a specific time for it, but I'll let you know. We'll be playing things like there's a couple of indie games that came out. I've been following one game which I'm really interested. I think it's called Kriegsfront Tactics. Kriegsfront Tactics, Zeka Tactics, Tana Surja, and Grit and Valor 1949. They're all tactics-based mech games. Hot Fudge Car Wash from Bob's Burgers. Oh, Death from Above. Oh, DFA. Yeah, I know what that means. Zone of the Enders? I didn't, no. Going to paint any tabletop mechs? Yes. I've got, first of all, I have a Dreadnought. I've got a couple Dreadnoughts I got to paint, which I can paint live in stream if I can. And then second of all, I have, I'm going to be getting the Alpha Strike box for Battletech and painting those mechs up. So. I also, not even joking, my local, friendly local game store, I was there doing something else. I didn't have the money at the time, but I was there for something else, and I looked through their Gundam selection. They had a Lucky 008. I think it was Lucky. Yeah, Lucky 08th team. They had the 08th MS, like Gundam. And I was like, I don't have the money, but I want you. This is the one I want. I was like, no one's gonna buy it. And when I came back, it was gone. I was like, fuck! I knew someone was gonna buy that. I should have picked it up. I should have asked them if they could hold it for me. I'll go back there, and because we're gonna get some stuff for Cam's sisters since they just came out. Good night, though, Oscar. Thanks for hanging out. I've heard good things about Zone of the Enders. I wonder when Titan Armor is on our hands in Star Citizen. Probably soon. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some previews for Titan Armor at CitizenCon, because it's pretty clear from the Squadron 42 month reports that they're building Titan Armor first and foremost for Squadron, but anything that comes into Squadron eventually comes into Star Citizen. So it's going to happen. And they've been adding a lot more like lore for it. And generally speaking, if they're fleshing out the lore for something, it means that they're building it in game. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got if they sold Titan suits this year or starting next year. All right, I'm going to go refill my water bottles. And we're going to get started on watching the ISC. Then we're going to record a capsule talking about the controversy around 3.24. And then we'll do kind of lesser Q&As and call it a night. I might end it a little bit earlier than I normally do because I have been streaming for 6 hours. Thank you for watching, by the way. All right, be right back. Your fun button is on. If you're watching this on YouTube, mute, because they're going to go crazy. I don't know when Mercs is hitting the retail sales. No. The other thing I was going to say is, yeah, it is Thursday. Before I go, I think I said everything. Yeah, Hot Mech Summer. That stuff's going to happen next week. There are also going to be lore videos. I'm going to be making lore videos on BattleTech, Mech Warrior, on Titanfall 2, and some of the story behind the universe behind Armored Core. So.
Weapons free, y'all. I love democracy.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
To democracy!
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Distress. Good news, everyone.
Drugs.
I love democracy.
All right. How was the tech preview playtest? It was awful.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
All right, I'm turning off the fun. I keep doing that. Why don't I unplug and put you away because I don't need you anymore. Stupid fuckers. We definitely need a Drake, not a Drake, but a Gray Cat Titan suit. I'd be down with a Castek Arms Titan suit too. You give me a Castek Arms suit, oh. Be still my heart. All right, so this is one everyone wanted me to watch because apparently it's really, really good.
Welcome back to Inside Star Citizen, the only weekly behind-the-scenes docuseries showcasing the faces, features, and forward progress being forged in the first-person universe of Star Citizen. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. Now, with Alpha 323 recently out, testing ongoing for the 323.2 cargo and hangar patch, and development
I like the new room.
Turning its full attention to the upcoming major milestone that is Alpha 4.0 later this year, we're in one of those periods of ISC production where we like to experiment with the means and manner of the stories we tell. Because like the developers making the very game that we're covering, we want to try new things and new ways of doing what we do. So for the next 3 weeks, ISC will be a bit different than you might normally expect. That means we're going to spend a little more time.
They wanted data on crashing and load on servers. The reason why they didn't, the reason why I know that it didn't work very well is because they're doing another one. So they obviously didn't get the test, the data they wanted to. It sounded like there was a bunch of things that were unrelated to server meshing that went wrong, which is why they kind of cut it short because they were just hot fixing on the fly and it wasn't working. So they wanted to sit down and try to really rebuild it up. So, because yeah, they're trying to redo it again tomorrow. So it sounds like there was some other factors that weren't directly server mesh related, which they didn't get the data they wanted. If that makes sense, Carlos. It looks good. Yeah, it does very feel like a gallery.
The normal getting to know the folks themselves as opposed to just what they're working.
Some of this stuff is straight up like Haskaha's work.
Things like asking the UK networking team to film a sort of dev diary on those major server meshing tests from earlier this year. Chat with the level design team to discuss their process and how they're taking all those things they learned in Stanton and applying it to Pyro. And this week, getting to know some folks specializing in the implements of first-person destruction. Now, of course, the ISCs that are driven by specific feature and content work will still continue after this short detour. But we hope that you'll indulge us once again in our effort to share some more personalized stories for the next few weeks. And then
anybody who dislikes this is a communist.
Of course, we'll be back with a big flash.
Or a capitalist, whichever one's worse for you.
Flashy stuff soon enough. And don't forget, CitizenCon is just 4 months away. 4 months away. Did we just do one? So that's enough of me. Let's meet the first of 3 teams over 3 weeks that don't often get the ISC spotlight in a feature that we like to call Meet the Team, Weapon Content Team. Meet the Weapon Content Team. Good old WCT. Let's just meet them.
Why have you avoided the camera in the last 5 years?
I'm a bit nervous.
How long ago did you start here?
8 months ago. Almost 9, yeah.
How's it been?
It's been great. I like it.
How many of these do you think you've done at this point? I can't keep track.
This is the 5th.
This is the 5th one? Do you like doing these?
Yes, because I'm an attention seeker. There's definitely more lights than I was expecting, to be fair, but it's pretty bright. A little nervous, yeah. I used to be a life model before I came here, so...
You used to be a what?
Life model. So once you've had people draw you naked, it's pretty hard to get awkward around anything.
I hate to say this. Daniel Radcliffe works for CIG?
Not nervous at all?
Not really, no. Not too bad.
Cool.
Depends what the questions are.
How prepared are you for this?
I have been in meetings since I walked in, and I have done nothing up until today.
This man is single-handedly responsible for all of my pain and misery. All of it. Forever.
Phil! Phil, be quiet! The microphone's right there!
I also found out that I keep forgetting that it comes up every so often, and I forget this happens, is that a couple of the producers at CIG watch me, like live or recorded after the fact. If you're a producer at CIG, hi. Please keep doing what you're doing. I am apologizing ahead of time for all the people you have to deal with, especially those of you who have to deal with John Crew.
The microphone's right there in front of your mouth.
I love them chops, baby. That is stupid. I love it.
Aren't we a spaceship game?
We're definitely a spaceship game, but a core aspect of that is definitely the FPS side of it as well. A lot of our players enjoy flying around the spaceships, but they also enjoy the aspect of being able to be...
What's a pirate movie or a high seas adventure movie without a good boarding action? That's all this is.
Boots on the ground and exploring the world from the first-person perspective.
The weapon content team are the team that are responsible for any weapon you see in-game, pretty much.
It's the team that creates the artwork and animation for Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
We make really cool-looking guns.
That's cool as fuck. When did they add orc guns to Star Citizen? When they added Castak. or Apocalypse Arms.
Melee weapons, FPS weapons, large capital-size turret weapons, fire extinguishers, multi-tools.
We're just a group of people that just, I guess, find firearms is the most interesting part of the 3D art space.
So it's called Meet the Team. So let's start where content starts and meet Alberto.
Tell me about Alberto.
I like spaceships.
He's not wrong.
I started in a mixed role in a little company in Germany called Egosoft, and there I was doing spaceships, both 3D and...
He worked for Egosoft? No way. No way. Do you own... Yeah, the X series. They do the X series. Yes, that's fucking awesome. No, yeah, he likes spaceships.
Both concept. Then I moved here because I was always very passionate of the universe of StarCitizen.
His pathway is just insane. I think he designed, luxury yachts or something, so yeah.
So yachts, planes, everything that was not a car, basically.
Alberto is an incredible concept artist. The concept artist.
Okay, I'm backing up a little bit because he also has the best. Now I know why he added the cape to his dog for Super Earth, for democracy.
The concept artist kind of facilitates the.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Egosoft is the developers behind the X series. So X, X2, X3, and the most recent one is X4 Foundations. So they also have done a couple spin-offs for the X series, but yeah, the X series is big.
Development of the idea.
We get the brief, the words, and we translate it to something visual. In my opinion, that's the most creative part.
Alberto's great. I mean, he's a pleasure to work with. I've only had really good experiences talking to him. He provides so little friction.
That feels okay. There's so much stuff we're getting here. I probably see this. That looks like a bomb. It looks like a mine of some kind. Is that one of the Star Citizen mines? The new mines? These are definitely like maybe grenades. And then there's also one back here. I'm doing the frame for frame, because that's also something new in the background. Maybe we see more of these. But yeah, like. Do I see any advertisements? That feels. Oh, why does it look so familiar? There's even some more. Like, there's a lot to digest in here. There's this. This is the multi-tool. Look what happens in the multi-tool here.
Alberto's great.
It folds up. They said they were working on bringing the current Pyro multi-tool back into it. So yeah. Yeah, he goes, the X4 is still getting updates.
Right. I mean,
I think that might be the new gravity gun, the new maybe a Grey Cat, tool.
Pleasure to work with.
Is that the Preacher? Wait, hold up. You saying the military multi-tool is a little different. That's the taser. This is the taser right here. Oh, that is a taser. God's own God company, baby. God's own God company. God's own gun company.
Alberto's great. I mean, he's a pleasure to work with. I've only had really good experiences talking to him. He provides so little friction when working with him.
That definitely looks like a Volt weapon. Concept Volt. Yeah, it's a Volt shotgun. This is Volt shotgun.
He's genuinely really good at what he does. He does a lot of the problem solving for you.
I liked X3 the best, but X4 has gotten a lot better since its launch. Yeah.
Relationship like with Alberto?
90% pranks.
Understand what?
Pranks.
Pranks?
Yes.
Like what?
Flipping the screen from each other, like changing the sensitivity of the mouse when he just turn around, something like that.
We really have to fight this guy.
Is that a productive use of your time, Samuel?
Yes. If I do it fast. Yeah.
Yes, it's called team working.
Samuel's one of our newer concept artists in the company. He is very excited about the project and very passionate about everything that we do as a company.
How do you think other people see Sam Burrito?
Oh, that's a great question.
I would say he have this positive vibe to him. You know, he's the doctor.
Sam is fun, getting better and better. He's super young, super talented.
Absolute bundle of joy from a different culture coming from Venezuela. Lots of interesting stories and really approachable and just overall the same things.
CIG is very diverse.
I say about Alberto, I can go to him, I can talk about what he's working on, and the concepts he provides are of an extremely high quality.
Volt weapons, I'm guessing? More Volt weapons?
He's really keen to kind of start working and get a little bit more involved with the weapon side of concepting rather than just the vehicles. Every time we mention it, he's like, oh, can I do it? Can I do it? So yeah, he's super excited about it, which is great. I always kind of think that the more passionate people are about the subject they're working on.
Okay, that's cool as fuck. Is that a redesign for the...
Super excited about it, which is great. I always kind of think that...
Is that a redesign of the bearing of the that's am I thinking about the name? I'm blanking on it. Chat, help me. Tavarin and human-made Gemini. This is a Gemini. This looks like it's a remake of the Gemini light machine gun, the F-55. That's not the F-55. It could also be a Gemini heavy machine gun. This is anime bullshit at its finest, and this is the kind of thing I like. It's got a fucking handle on top, and so you side carry this. You Arnold Schwarzenegger this. Baby, this is great. Yeah, shut up. I can't remember the name of the gun company.
The more passionate people are about the subject they're working on, the better the results you're going to get.
Fucking hate you.
We've got Alexei, who's our weapons lead. He joined us a year and a half ago, I want to say. He's been a great addition to the team.
I decided to work on the video games because I always wanted to help people, not necessarily when they're already ill, because I have a medical degree, but it never worked out for me because down the line I decided that I wanted to bring happiness and not cure the aftermath of it.
Did you know that he got his degree to be a doctor?
What? No, I didn't know. I guess I'd like him to be my doctor. I'd probably trust him.
I really enjoyed the video games, like almost anyone. But at some point it struck to me that real people do them, and I just started to look around and see what I can do, how I can start to make video games.
If Tree goes to CitizenCon, I want him to speak to this man extensively.
And that's how I ended up as a 3D artist.
Very laid-back guy, has a really good eye for stuff that you can so easily miss.
Yes! The Space K, baby! If that's not Kazdak Arms, I'm hurting somebody.
Like he'll pick out stuff I can't even see.
The AK-47 survives to the 30th century.
Yeah. Since he's joined in, the optimization of our work has just flown through the roof. He's a really valuable member of the team, and I definitely consider him a friend. He's a really nice guy.
He's created quite a driving force for the team across both our projects.
Alexei is okay at table tennis.
Just okay?
Yeah, he's okay.
We've got Talon.
I'm one of the key weapon artists here, so I work on creating the 3D models and creating the weapons, the gadgets, hand grenades, and every other kind of thing you can think of that the player might use in the FPS
melee weapon
aspect of the game.
Talon, what I say, is a super passionate weapons artist. He, he's big into sort of airsoft and milsim and that side of things.
The fountain of all knowledge when it comes to weaponry.
I don't think there's anyone that knows more about guns than Talon.
Does it operate correctly?
That is, okay, so Talon. All right. If someone gets to Talon, hear me out, okay? The coda is broken. It's ejecting shells and it's a wheel gun. That shouldn't happen. You know that. And second of all, it's ejecting the wrong way. Just for the love of God, turn it into a caseless ammunition. You know you want caseless ammunition. All of us want caseless ammunition. It's cool as shit. It's sci-fi, and it works great with a wheel gun. Give me some Hellboy fucking level bullshit with this, please. All right. I want a pony. Shut up, Baston.
Where does it take its influences from? And I think that's really important.
He's just a great person to have on the team, nice and approachable, and always up for a bit of a laugh. And joining him's Ben as well, who's another artist too.
What do you think other people
Sure, but caseless ammo doesn't go clink clink after QED.
say about you?
I'm very quiet, so I'm not sure.
Definitely the life of the party, which you wouldn't expect, noticing that after a few drinks, he's definitely the circle of attention.
He's been a great addition to the team. He's technically our newest member of the team, but he's still been here a couple of years.
I'd say in some ways his artwork is quite sometimes better than mine. He really knows his way around Blender.
He has such a keen eye.
Paul wants a 75 caliber handgun. It's a coda. It's Castak Arms. Yes, I want a 75 caliber handgun.
For details on the weapon.
You can just kind of throw anything at him and know that you're going to get a really solid result out of it. We've got Joel. Originally, I hired Joel as a prop artist probably close to 8 years ago.
I create the artwork for FPS devices, which includes weapons, gadgets. I also make ship weapons. Joel's actually the most senior.
Why seeing this again does it look like the team has been holding out on us most? Because most of this stuff is Squadron. Like almost all of this is Squadron.
Member of the team and was...
Yeah, that's a space AK. Okay, we've seen melee weapons, which is something they've mentioned multiple times in the Squadron 42 monthly report, that they were working on melee behaviors for AI in Squadron. So, but yeah, I'm pulling it back. Gib. It even has space tape on it. Is that a modified Karna? I think I mean, that is a space AK. That is a future AK. That's 100% AK. It's definitely modified. You can see like the little lines and stuff. It has all the hallmarks of a Castak weapon. It looks handmade. It looks super janky. That's an axe. That is a bayonet. That is a rusty bayonet. It's definitely firing projectiles.
We've got Joel.
Like,
originally, I hired Joel as a prop artist probably close to 8 years ago.
I create the artwork for FPS devices, which includes weapons.
That's a pretty aggressive barrel cooler. I know.
Gadgets. I also make ship weapons. Joel's actually the most senior member of the team and was there when I first joined. He was an extremely helpful.
Did they drop 3.24? Not yet. Oh, we're going to talk about that here in a moment.
Person to encounter.
Very easygoing, super knowledgeable, always has a pun ready.
He has some really strange t-shirts. Every other day he comes in with a new t-shirt with something weird on it, and I'm a bit jealous because every time I see them I kind of wish I'd had the idea of buying them. I like t-shirts. This one, it's The Simpsons. Everyone likes The Simpsons, right?
I also collect t-shirts. You would never be able to know it because you never see me wearing t-shirts, but
What about your producer?
Oh yeah, don't let me forget Kieran.
Kieran!
He's Mr. getting things done and getting things done on time, so he's brilliant.
I quickly realized I didn't want to be an artist or a programmer. I started out in level design, and then I found out that my passion was the team.
Without Kieran, there wouldn't be weapon content because he's the guy who glue it all together, you know.
Eats a lot of eggs. Eats like, brings in about like 4 eggs a day or something like that, so.
Yeah, that's always my joke. When did CIG hire Daniel Radcliffe?
That's the only bad thing I can think about Kieran.
Who else would you hire to do weapon artists other than the man who straps 2 guns to his hands for a big role?
So next up is our animator, Jordan. He couldn't make it into the office today, but we love him and he's great. I mean, I've been working with Jordan for years on the weapon. Since I took over, he was always there.
Jordan is have a really, really shiny personality. He's the one person that you can reach out with anything related to animation. He is here to support you.
Always has a lot of like stories and anecdotes.
He's also a little bit scary because he knows where everyone lives, and it's unclear when he gets or how he gets the information he does, but when you join the team, within the first few weeks, maybe the first few months, he knows exactly where you are on Google Maps. And for that reason, he is terrifying.
Yet you can't be here to film for this.
No. Jordan, you could have been here for this. We really need you. Where are you, Jordan?
And I'm Ben, the art director.
Ben!
And that's
The man is the bane of my existence. I actually met him. So for those of you who don't know, the reason why I say this is because Ben Curtis, I found out, was the creator of, not the creator, kind of who helped produce and create the Redeemer. And so I was talking with C Daddy about it, and I figured out, hey, wait, is he here? And they said, yes, he was here at CitizenCon. So I went over and talked with him. I said, hold on, I need to get a picture with you. So I got a picture with him and C Daddy together, me in the middle. And then after that, I said, Ben, you have to understand, I hate the Redeemer. I hate it so much. And I explained what C Daddy did to me in terms of giving me the ungiftable, unmeltable Redeemer. And Ben Curtis's first response was, like, do you want to give him more skins or something like that? It was something. It was like, can I make this worse? It's like, fuck you, Ben.
enough about me. So let's look at some weapons we've been working on. So we've got quite a few weapons.
I love these sorts of things because you get a little bit more of a peek behind who's doing stuff. And when you get to know who's doing stuff behind the scenes, you learn a little bit more about where they come from, like the fact that they have a very diverse team from all over the world who work for them. They have different backgrounds in terms of, like, you know, one's from a medical doctor. One of them worked for for Egosoft making the X games. Like, this is pretty good.
That are being worked on. We can talk about a couple of them today. So first up, we're going to talk about the P8AR.
P8AR is a assault rifle that may fill the role of someone that wanted something bigger from bearing manufacturer.
Up until now, it's been our Squadron exclusive rifle. In fact, I've had backers come up to me saying, please release the P8AR.
And really what we want to do is take that P8 base and do a version that was slightly more tailored towards the civilian market.
So the P8, the P15AR.
A lot bigger and a little bit longer than the current P4AR, and personally, one of my favorite weapons that we've ever worked on.
It is kind of more in line with civilian needs, so it's had a little bit of lightning done to it. It's had some of the more aggressive visuals tidied up a touch.
We did a redesign of the stock.
And it's had a bunch of new skins and variants done for the consumer market.
Why not just put the one from Squadron in?
The honest answer is we want to kind of hold that back for Squadron, I guess. It is one of the main weapons you use throughout the campaign, and we still want that to feel unique and special. It's one of the things that we do kind of want to hold back as a bit of a hero experience. It is the standard issue, I think is the correct way of saying it, military weapon for the UEE. It's a workhorse, it's reliable, it's functional, and it just gets the job done.
Volt.
So the Volt rifle is another new weapon that we're releasing in the PU. A brand new manufacturer for the weapon content team. Volt are a electric and beam ammunition type.
Reminds me of the SIG's AR-15. It has more of a thump to it than I've seen with ARs do. Hold it back for Squadron. Get money.
Using electric batteries to power their weapons.
They're very techy. They feel very professionally.
I think that's a bit more. I think CIG legitimately has those ideas because it's weird as it sounds. A lot of CIG, especially these folks, are artists, so they're going to have their own sort of a take on what they want to do. And I also think that that's an immersive thing. Like, do you see military M16s and M4s all over the U.S.? No, they don't have military M4s and M16s all over the U.S. We have basically the same thing, but it's not the same thing. They're different. They look different from military standard issue firearms, but they're on the same frame. Power, yes. So like that makes sense. It's an immersion thing. It's an immersion thing. It's sort of like they want to kind of change up the looks, and so I'm sure it'll fire differently too. So I like it.
Homemade. It's not thrown together, but also it's not.
What hold back the P8 when they're not holding back the Gladius, the F7A, the F8C? Well, they're holding back the F8A. The F8A is a Squadron only thing.
Professionally manufactured.
This is the manufacturer
You're correct. For the most part, we have better guns in the civilian market.
who relies on cheap produced goods, but they still wanted it to look cool and shiny, but they are not really reliable in terms of long-term use.
We wanted a manufacturer where people could use these weapons and then they could also repair and upgrade and kind of, they look like you would be able to strip them down and kind of field repair them or,
There is lore behind Volt. They are cheap. They are designed as cheap weapons. Let me look up the Volt stuff real quickly because they actually did a full version on it. Verified off-world laser technologies. They specialize in producing handheld and ship weapons on existing and proven technology rather than investing in an internal research department to innovate, like many other companies. This has allowed them to offer products below market rates and make them a popular choice among purchasers who are cost conscious. These lower costs may also be indicative of lower quality manufacturing technique, as the company has been frequently plagued with reliability complaints. However, a formal investigation into their products in 2939 did not reveal a higher than average failure rate. So there's a full Galactopedia article on them. We don't know when they were built, but they are a cheap gun manufacturing. Like they take all of the stuff that already works and put it in there.
work in your workshop.
Why does the thing look like it takes multiple power cells, energy cells? Probably does.
In your ship or in your hab.
So Squadron 42, they want you to feel like Master Chief from Halo. Kind of. They want you to feel like a soldier in a war. Whereas Star Citizen, they want you to feel like, whatever. Whatever you want to feel like it.
Or wherever, and kind of really get into the
Did they hire the Boeing inspectors?
nitty-gritty of how these weapons work. So there's a lot of visual cues to that with, like how the screen attaches, all the little kind of fittings and screws and how it all kind of comes together. That it visually is something quite nice and exciting, I think.
There is anything like this in a PU as of now. This will suit more of the guys who wanted to show off rather than to be military-style weapons. You will have some shiny.
These are the kind of people who want these weapons.
Please don't. I need him. Please don't. No.
Am I wrong? Hey, DJ, you missed you didn't miss much. You missed a 30K Crash Fest. They're gonna try it again tomorrow.
Cool guns that you can show to your friends and.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind that.
Say there. I did it. This is a really cool looking gun.
I've always been a little bit opposed to very big flashy lasers and electricity on firearms. I think it can drift away from my idea of traditional firearm, but I think working within the confines of what Volt as manufacturer are, being a home-built kit that you could order online supposedly and manufacture yourself, I think really fits into the idea of it being more of a fun ammunition type.
This is still work in progress, but you can see the direction where it's going.
So the Pyro SM
Volt then sound like they're the first guns we're going to be able to craft. It sounds like they're also the basic weapons you're going to find. One of the basic weapons you're going to find in Squadron, because they're like basic civil defense weapons.
SMG, this is something very different to any of our main
Pyro SMG. That's a gray cat.
Manufacturers.
A very small handheld submachine gun, similar to I think a real-world example would be a Tech 9.
And the whole idea with this kind of pyro weaponed theme is that these things have been made by just people living on the fringes of the universe. They've used whatever they can get their hands on to make something that works for them.
Imagine Mad Max type of gun that was scraped with everything that you can find around.
Sort of break the art conventions that we've been working with for the last however many years.
Internally we call them non because they doesn't have any manufacturer.
It's made by a guy named Steve.
Yeah, you can say so.
The fact that it's very compact and small.
Listen, Steve just did a lot of slam. All right, he doesn't remember building the gun. He just did a fuck ton of slam and then woke up when there's a gun next to him. There was also a couple of llamas and a Pico. They don't know where any of that came from. You just took credit for it. Okay.
All allows you to hook very tightly on corners, giving yourself a very low exposure when peeking corners, peeking over cover, and has an extremely high rate of fire, so very good for those really close encounters, but I wouldn't be using it at long ranges due to the lack of a stock.
They're really quite cool weapons.
That is just a mining laser off safe.
Weapons to work on and look forward to using maybe more in the future.
Where the hell is my crossbow?
Do you know what? Chris bought a crossbow up recently. He was like, "Are we going to finish it?" And I'm like, "Well, it's kind of there. There was one thing stopping us with the way the bolts interact with stuff that we couldn't do at the time."
The fabled crossbow is an asset that we in the weapon concept team have been trying to get pushed out for a long time now.
At the point of creation, this crossbow, it was
really from when I was at the event. Dex, is that what you're saying?
Decided that the bolts needs to stuck when you fire them and not disappear like any other bullet, and this prevented the release of the crossbow because we cannot consistently make the bolts stuck.
It's just a super advanced, cool-looking crossbow. It's got these really cool deploying bolts in it because obviously, we don't really want to carry around these massive, great big kind of quiver of arrows. So it's got these really nice kind of compact little bolts that load into it.
Adding more unique firearms and ways to take out enemies silently is something that the game would definitely benefit from, and so seeing the crossbow come out into the PU would be something that made me extremely happy, and I know a lot of the players have been asking me about this too.
Not directly involved with weapon content, but still working on the weapons, audio guys and VFX guys. We're working with them directly.
It's a plasma crossbow.
And they make our gun shines and sings.
I'll have done my part of the artwork, it'll have gone down the production line, and a few months later I'll bring it into the editor just to remind myself of what I worked on, and I'll shoot it and hear some incredible audio and be like, oh wow, someone's gone all out on this one.
They're a downstream team that, much like animation, it really brings to life this otherwise static and fairly boring object.
Their work is incredible. I've tried to tell them at some point I want to see them add the Lead Pipe 01 sound effect into the game, but I've yet to get an approval on that one.
Let me figure out what that is. That one. That one.
Game development is a group effort. When it comes out great, it's just a miracle at some point of a lot of people involved into it.
You know, it is still a first-person game, and I think that, you know, the work we do is important. I hope we're a significant part of your interaction with Star Citizen.
I do enjoy it when, you know, I see people having fun and, you know, enjoying the weapons we've created and put into the, you know, the Star Citizen universe. There's a big community of people that take, you know, like in-game captures and screenshots and stuff, and seeing people take pictures of your work is really nice.
I would like people to know that the feedback they give us, especially on our team, means a whole lot.
When we see a comment come up about something with the firearms that people might not like, we do take that on board. If it's not applied to the
Coda should not ejecting firearms, should be ejecting bullets because it's a wheel gun. You know this. For those of you who don't know what a wheel gun is, it's a revolver that has a wheel inside. It's not really a revolver because it's covered. The thing about revolvers is that they don't spit out the lead. When you fire them, the lead stays in the chamber. So when you open it up, you can like tap out the rounds. You can pull out the rounds. So the problem is if you fire the Coda, it ejects the brass, which it shouldn't be doing with a wheel gun.
The weapon they're speaking about, we'll try and avoid it on future ones. We're always learning.
And if there has been a weapon that you really enjoy using, or is your favourite weapon, then please do let us know in the comments, because the team will love to hear that sort of feedback.
I'm commenting.
With our recent releases, you've seen a whole bunch of updates to how the weapons feel, how they function, and really bring some of those.
I meant to say brass, not the bullets.
Quality and life improvements to the.
And it actually straight up ejects the full bullet. When you fire the animation, you can actually see. I've actually seen it where it's the bullet that comes out, not the brass, the bullet. It ejects the bullet backwards.
The weapons as a whole, and that's just taken a lot of hard work from the weapons department as a whole department. Art, design, animation, audio, VFX, like the whole lot. And they've not had a great deal of limelight in these sort of events, but they're super dependable, and I'm very happy to kind of be able to get to talk about them today.
So what did we learn this week? Well, hopefully we learned a lot more about the.
I mistook. That's the one problem you got to tackle when you talk about firearms. You may say anything wrong, everyone will tell you you're wrong. What I meant to say was there are two parts of a bullet. There's the bullet, and then there's the thing that holds it. Technically, inside that bullet, the thing that holds the bullet is also primer and powder and stuff like that, and firing cap or blast cap. I can't remember the name of that. The percussion, and hits the ignite that lights the powder. The powder builds up, and then the bullet goes out the casing. Yeah. Again, the Coda should use caseless ammunition. Yes.
People that make up the current iteration of the weapon content team. That there's a whole host of new weapons making their way into the persistent universe, and that spaceships, of course, may dominate the conversation a lot of the time, but there's plenty of other ways to bring damage, death, and destruction to the universe of the first person being built. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
First blood. Can we buy these guys some online gunsmithing courses? Nah, most of it is just it's sci-fi flair. That is definitely a mistake. I think that's honestly, I feel like the bullet straight up ejecting instead of the casing is a mistake. And the fact that it's ejecting, I think it was added in for some flair, but like it's a wheel gun. Pico, First Blood, yeah. We get a video on Picoy. It's probably some animation set that got mixed in with it, and so it wasn't supposed to. These are all those we just saw the British devs. Those are the British devs. Oh look, Mike reacts to that. Probably the placeholder that got missed. Yeah. Again, I will make my chase. That's a really good one. That was really, really good. I'm going to log into my other account, my Astrostorian account.
Welcome back to Inside.
Definitely a cool take on that kind of format. I like it. It was good. It was good to be ISE. I like these ISEs better than all of the straight up stuff because there's a lot of cool stuff that they're showing off there. And yeah, I think someone said earlier that was like, it seems like they're holding back on us. I think it's because a lot of that stuff's not designed for Star Citizen yet. It's supposed to come in Squadron. Stuck in ads? Yeah, the ads will pass shortly. I'm going to go grab some water because it wasn't cold the last time I went through. So I'll be right back. And when I do, we'll do a capsule and then call it a night. I know it sounds like we're doing it pretty early, but I've been streaming for 7 hours. We demand nonstop content. Feed us. All right, be right back.
Weapons free, y'all.
to democracy!
I can fly. I'm pilot.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
All right, I'm back. All right. Whew. All right, chat, you ready? Let me pull it up. All right. We're about to do a capsule. I'm not going to do any funny things. I'm just going to go straight for it. You ready, chat? Oh, hello there. Welcome to another office hours capsule. That's right. Office hours capsule. A small section of my office hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We're a little early today because we're doing some other stuff, but would love to have you come down at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub or youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive to join us and join chat here, who's going to tell you this is all pre-recorded or lies or whatever, because they're awful, awful folks. But if you want to come down and troll me live or come ask questions and can participate in this, I'd love to have you come by as well. With that being said, we're going to look at the latest news from Star Citizen. This is a big one, which is Alpha 3.24. Now, for some context, previously, CIG said that 3.23 was going to be the last 3.x patch to come out until 4.0, with 4.0 being shooting for this summer. Then they, as of yesterday, they released today actually, well, it'll be yesterday for you. You watching this after the fact, they released alpha. They said released a Spectrum post called "Introducing Alpha Star Citizen Alpha 3.24." So 3.24. I am messing up horribly. Let's go read that real quickly, and then we'll kind of talk about what this could or couldn't be and what it probably means. All right. So, hello, everyone. With Alpha 3.231 out the door, our team has shifted focus to closing out what we had previously called Alpha 3.23.2. During internal testing, the upcoming patch, we've determined that its substantial updates justify labeling this version as 3.24. This change in version number doesn't indicate any change to patch itself or any future patches. Rather, it aligns with what we consider to be a major update. We're excited for you to experience additions such as freight elevators, storage access, previously known as item banks, personal instance hangars, new cargo hauling missions, and more, all of which aim to make a lasting impact on the verse. You'll soon see the updated version number in the launcher as we release Evocati/PTU builds and corresponding feedback threads. Additionally, the adjustment will be reflected on the roadmap, which will be updated next week. Keep a close eye on Spectrum for updates soon, and we'll see you in the game. Top comment, I think, is the one that kind of hits most of this. Now go back. This is an excuse to extend the patch to be released even later. So, I've seen a lot of comments on this and a lot of kind of feedback on this. I would say the bottom of the barrel take, the most tinfoil hat response, is that this is some sort of conspiracy. This is CIG saying that 4.0 is not going to be released this summer, that this is some sort of CIG's going back on their word, or they're going to extend this out so it's going to be released in like August. And as of the recording of this video, they have said that they're shooting for this Friday, possibly, to release the first version into Evocati. Now, I'm going to start off this discussion by basically saying CIG can name whatever they want, whatever they want. And before anyone tries to get into lawyer dictatorship or lawyership of, well, CIG says this, that, CIG named 3.19. I believe 2, might have been 3.19.3, as 3.20. Why? Because they intended to have the replication layer split in 3.20. Took a little bit longer than that to get it in, because I think it was in just as of this patch, 3.23. So they're not always on the money. But at the end of the day, it's just a number. Unless they have it has some sort of content attached to it, like 4.0 does, then the number really doesn't matter that much. Now, I could see, this is a big one. I could see, this is my most conspiratorial I'm going to be willing to get for this one, that CIG decided it was a big enough patch on its own that it could be its own patch. And CIG's still a little gun shy from 3.17. For those of you who don't know, the year we had 3.17, people were joking and laughing and making fun of CIG for having only one patch all year, 3.17. That was 2 years ago, I believe, because 3.18 was last year. And the reality was that year when we had the year of one patch, was nothing like, say, 2.6.3, when we had really a year of one patch, because we had constant updates. We had 3.17.x patches for a long time, and one of those patches actually increased the number of players per server to 120 people at one point, and significantly improved performance and added new content. There's really, like, it was really a big year, but there was a lot of negative feedback and a lot of antagonism from the community about there only being one patch and being how it was bad. So I could see, conspiratorially, put my tinfoil hat on, that CIG named 3.2 3.2 to 3.24 simply because that way they can, when people go, oh, well, we only got 3 patches or 2 patches all this year because we had 3.23, and then we're going to get 4.0. And personally, I don't think we're going to see beyond 4.0, but this year we might get a 4.0.1, but so they could see this as an opportunity to be like, hey, it's big enough on its own, let's do this. But yeah, that's it. The reality is that it hasn't changed that much. And as of right now, they're still shooting for an Evocati release soon, and probably a sped up release there. There is no indication that this is going to go longer than that. It could. Possibly, possibly not. Antagonism. Word. Word salad. Me trying to be smart, but being dumb. So, what do you think? Do you think I am being a white knight riding on my horse saying that this doesn't really matter? Do you think this doesn't really matter? Do you think there's some sort of sinister plot that CIG is trying to use this as an excuse to extend out development time? I want to know your thoughts in the comments below. But if you like this content, please do hit that follow button, subscribe to us on YouTube, and hit the little bell icon to be notified when these release, as well as follow us live on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub to watch all of this live. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. None of this actually means anything until it hits Evo. None of it means anything anyways. Calling it 3.24 versus 3.2, 3.2 doesn't matter. Like, what is the actual difference in number? It's silly drama. Hey, Mason. I don't think we're going to see a wipe at 3.24. It's like people making a mountain out of a molehill. So how do you think they could make more money with 3.24 versus 3.2, 3.2? That's the question. Because CIG's never needed an excuse for a sale before. They've never needed an excuse. Remember, in case you missed it, CIG will put sales on everything. They put a sale on Xenothreat. They'll put a sale on Jumptown. They'll put CIG always has sales. They don't need an excuse for sales. They'll just put them in there. 3.24 fits on a banner better? It could be. It is a little bit less of a mouthful. I think in my most conspiratorial, I think it's a marketing decision, but in reality, it doesn't actually change anything. I mean, all of the 3.17 patches got shiny new trailers, so I don't doubt it. I just take it as a tacit admission that 3.24 will not have the accelerated PTU cycle 3.23 was meant for. They're clearly struggling really bad with this patch. I will say that last part is true. It's clear that they're really struggling with it because it's supposed to have been in PTU for like between 4 and 8 weeks. Is supposed to be in the PTU, and they're constantly pushing it back. The last 3 weeks alone, they said they wanted to release 3.23.2 into PTU, and every single time something comes up. How did the server test go? It didn't go. It was 30K crash city, and then there was no one who could hop in. The server test was, and don't take this just as me being salty or anything like that. It legitimately was so bad that CIG said that they're going to try to rebuild and redo it. So they didn't even get the data they wanted. So there was something went wrong before they even got to the point where gathering data was going to be a thing. Hazel, I don't think that's true at all. That marketing saying that marketing runs the company is conspiratorial thinking at its highest. Multiple people at CIG I've talked to who I trust, who I know personally, have told me that that's not the case. Christmas special. The Nursa ad, it's clear that people aren't talking to marketing, or marketing's not talking to other people. Yeah, marketing runs marketing. I don't think the Nursa was done as a sales gimmick. I think a lot of people are in for a shock when you can regen at the Nursa, even well into 4.0 cycle. Yeah, the reality, Stark's 100% right. Stark's reality is correct on the reality. Nope, I 100% disagree. Nursa regen was made for gameplay. I think they'll adapt it. I think eventually the Nursa is going to require, and all ships are going to require medical stuff added. It's clear from when I first bumped into it was clear to me the moment I bumped into a medbed on accident and saw the option for open inventory that CIG was going to load the medbeds with actual like resources that you're going to use. Did they say regen at any medbed was intended? Carrick regen was for sales? Dun dun dun. I agree with that too, Andrew. I'm still kind of shocked that they pulled the gaslighting thing, because it's been clear to their own records with their own head of development that said that it was never that the Cutlass Red was they said it was never intended for regen. That's definitely a change. It's a change they've made. And it may have internally been something they wanted to do and were overridden in the past. Maybe they wanted to keep it, but other people in the company said no. And now that they have more people playing and more experience, they came back and said, listen, this is actually needed because of how gameplay works and all these sorts of things. And they decided, yeah, let's go back on that. But I don't think it's a sinister plot for sales. I don't think it was made specifically to sell more ships. I don't think the ship exists for anything other than gameplay. So great. So instead of med pens and guns, we buy goop. I'm in on the conspiracy. Yes. If anything, it just shows that marketing and development aren't talking. It's the opposite of marketing is running development. It's that marketing is not being conversational with development. It's clear that entire fucking ad showed the NERSA for like 5 seconds. That's the issue. And if marketing and development aren't talking, it means that like marketing isn't running the company. It means that they need to get on board with one another, because that's a mistake. Like all of Invictus, like let's be very clear, all of Invictus had a lot of weird bumps. Things like the sunsetting of the F7 C Mark I, which I don't think they've even done yet. Fucking the NERSA commercial was awful take. There was a lot of issues like that they made. There was like the Firebird, they had to like double back on it because they're like, oh yeah, it fires the most missiles, and it's like the Talon Shrike. Am I a joke to you? And so they had to increase the number of missiles secretly without telling anybody. And they just kind of hand waved it in. This is the same Jared Dark-Sided Gamer that said that regen was always planned. I'm not shitting on Jared. I'm just saying, like, people can say and make them pull things out of context or make jokes. Because I believe the one he was talking to was John Crew, and John Crew is never sarcastic. I feel like that one clip has been pulled out of context more times than ever. At some point, I'm gonna have to go find that clip and watch the whole context of it, because I feel like a lot of these clip compilations that come out of nowhere, it feels like they lack the context of what they were said and when they were said. Not to derail the conversation, but holy crap, I can see the thinning of your face and you look great. Really? I can't see the thinning on my face because I see it all the time. So I don't know if I'm actually thinning out. I have lost a lot of weight. I've lost 33 pounds since April. The highest recorded weight I had was 333 pounds in like 2 days after my birthday. So January 10th. Well, that's not 2 days. That's more than 2 days, Paul. 3 days. And as of yesterday, I'm at 300 pounds. Exactly. I stepped on the scale this morning and I was 300 pounds and 2 ounces, or 300.2 pounds. I was like, I did more work yesterday than I did in the previous days. But weight changes like that all the time. So hopefully it means by the end of this week, I will be down to below 300. And then usually what happens is I shift up and down over the course of a week or so. But it's like back up, but I slowly am moving down as I bounce. So you got to poo before you weigh. That's the key. Didn't poo. Thank you, Blight. Yeah, and John has said multiple times that marketing has a say in this question. And yes, marketing has a say, but the final decision is up to him and CR. Yeah, marketing always has a say. Just like design has a say. I doubt that John makes lets his ship team make anything without discussing with the people who are going to design the gameplay for said ship, or the art director, or Chris. Like, because there are probably plenty of ship ideas that they have which are not sellable in any way, shape, or form because they don't have good gameplay, or they're already trod on a bunch of other things, and they kind of move with that. So yeah. I feel like the internal meetings still have a lot of disagreements on the direction of some pretty core systems. I wouldn't say disagreements on directions of core systems. I would say they generally have the same idea of where they want to go, but the details don't seem to be fully in shape. I think, for instance, like, here's a good example. Beam Citizen. I think a lot of people don't realize that Beam Citizen is what we're going to get. Do I think we're going to get it forever? No, I don't think CIG wants Beam Citizen only for the rest of eternity. But it's clear that the entirety of CIG is okay with Beam Citizen because they understand that beams help them simplify the process with an already complex game. Congrats. What are you doing to shred LBs? And when will CIG implement workout gameplay? I'm losing. All I'm doing is basic Kiko. Calories in, calories out. I am ensuring that my calories in is less than my calories out. I'm tracking what I eat and I'm moving around more and eating less. I'm not exactly doing a ton of, like, I'm not sitting there like pumping iron for like an hour a day. Typically what I do is I get up early in the morning and I spend the first hour to 2 hours in the morning going for a walk or working out or both. Usually both. I usually take about 20 minutes to take some dumbbells and lift weights. I have these in my room. Or when like there is just like this rendering, right? Like I'm rendering a video. I'll just do this for like, you know, a couple of minutes. Try to do like 20 or so. Might stand up, move around. I'm getting a walking desk now. It's too expensive. Congratulations, Ram. That's a big deal. I know that feeling. Marketing shouldn't have a say in anything. That's a disagreement. As someone who's worked in marketing, so marketing should always be on the table and talking. Anyone who says marketing shouldn't have a say in anything is entirely reactionary themselves to marketing's impact. Marketing can be a bad tool, but I think marketing often gets the blame for decisions that are made solely by developers in video games. Like, you know what killed BioWare? BioWare killed BioWare. EA had very little to do with it. A lot of companies that fail because they failed themselves. A lot of egregious marketing practices, like things like super over monetization, I should say. Over monetization of stuff. That is almost always, and when I've seen stories about over monetization, it always comes from the devs. The devs pitch it. Now, it could be that the devs pitch it because they think that marketing will like it, and it'll be a better way of them so they can get money for their projects because they can pitch this idea. But fairly often, it's just they pitch the ideas themselves. Astro's better than works. Yeah. I used to do whatever I was dead in Counter-Strike, waiting for the match to reset. I had huge arms. Yeah. The goal of marketing is to get to the attention of the consumer. You want to get people who want to buy your product but don't know your product exists yet, or don't even know that they need your product. Every person I've ever talked to who worked for EA, I have never heard bad things about EA. Gin and Tonic, who's here, who used to work for EA, has said pretty good things about EA. I think even Jared, who used to work for EA, talks a little bit pretty good about EA. I've heard a lot of worse things about Blizzard than I ever heard about EA, which has always surprised me since EA has always been the demon of the gaming industry. Yeah, apparently Suicide Squad was turned into a live service by Rocksteady Steady's leaders. I think at a certain point we have to stop finding boogeymen in the form of suits and start realizing that a lot of developers are just pieces of shit. Not everyone, obviously, but we can't lionize and you know, put upon a pedestal developers of game companies without realizing that they're also profit motive and driven that kind of stuff. You treat your staff good and your customers poorly. I've really not heard that many problems with EA's like return policies or anything like that. I do think that they over monetize, and they're definitely responsible for a lot of over monetization in games. But that also, again, has to do with a combination of devs and also competition, because they aren't the only ones who do it. I mean, famously, was it just Blizzard? I remember there being a really big hoopla about one company recently. It might have been Ubisoft that did a bunch of stuff. To be fair, often devs are rewarded if the game makes more money, incentivizing devs being shitty. Yeah, but it also like there's a lot of records out there of the old boys club of like. I'm recalling it. I think it was Ubisoft. It might have been Rockstar, where there was a complaint that they were forcing people to go to strip clubs. That if you wanted to get your ideas heard in the game, you had to go to a strip club with the like the C-suite, not a C-suite, but like the managers and such. Even if you were, no matter who you were and how comfortable and uncomfortable you were, that was the only way you could talk to them. Like some like really like. What the fuck level of stuff. Unprofessional, too. That was Ubisoft? I've heard some stuff about Rockstar that's similar. And a lot of it is, you know, the old sort of 90s, early 2000s mentality being brought into a professional workplace with over 1,000 people working for them. Yeah, Blizzard is probably the number one problem with that, but it's not exclusive to Blizzard. The CEO of Ubisoft used to hold meetings in dance clubs. Yeah. Regardless, even if the devs are pitching compromises because they think it's satisfying marketing or that it's paternal to make cash rather than a satisfying game problem experience is a problem. Stark's reality. Here's what you're describing, though. You're describing hyper capitalism. You're describing the failures of capitalist culture and how it infects everything we do and can be a problem. And I'm not even talking about. I'm not going to sit here and tell you about the glorious revolution of the proletariat. I'm just saying the society we live in has got problems, and that affects everything around us. So let's not blame the people whose job it is to get the attention of people to buy stuff. Let's blame the people who are pushing the culture. Yeah. I've said many times for people, I don't people realize Star Citizen would not be made by any company ever other than CIG. Star Citizen isn't profitable. It's not. It's not profitable. It's not a good company. CIG is actually a pretty bad company when it comes to just like the whole make money thing. I know that sounds insane, but Paul, they make $100 million a year. They don't. They make $100 million and like 98% of it goes to their running their studios. I think the last financial report we had, they made something like 2 or 3 million after profit for a company of like 1,000 people. 2 to 3 million. Whenever CIG gets a war chest of money, they immediately spend it on stuff. Increasing staff sizes, building new studios. It all goes back into the game. Everything CIG does goes back into developing the game. And like, as a result, there will never, like CIG will probably almost never turn a profit. Maybe Squadron will be the first time they pull a profit, but yeah. There is no way any company would take CIG's model and use it outside of a small company because it's just not profitable. $2 or $3 million is a lot of money to people like myself, who's a teacher, or to a lot of you, but that's fucking nothing to the people who invest money into places like EA, Microsoft, Sony, and so forth. Would you call it a cottage industry? CIG? Maybe. I think Squadron isn't going to get good reviews. I don't think it matters, Miox. Squadron is not the kind of game that's going to get a ton of people early on. I do think it will have, obviously, the Star Citizen fans who will like it. And I think it'll attract fans who are interested in those actors or into that sort of genre. It has the potential to be a BG3. I'm not saying it is Baldur's Gate 3. It's not even an RPG, so it's not the same kind of idea. But and that sort of comes out of nowhere. Everyone goes, where the fuck did this game come from? Everyone's talking about it and everyone's playing it. It has that potential. With just the star-studded cast on top of the number of hours, because there have been any numbers between 40 to 100 hours that have been floated around as rumors for like, it's just a lot of content. But I don't think Star Citizen or Squadron 42 is going to sell a ton. I think it's going to sell decently well. And then as it grows, as time goes on, it will grow and get more attention. And unlike most games that have to make up like their entire budget in the first week, CIG has the luxury of being sort of behind the curve and letting it find its audience and grow. If someone told you that in 20 years, Squadron 42 and its sequels were as popular as Star Wars, how would you react to that? When? Star Wars when? That would be my question. Which Star Wars and when? Big corps don't tend to hoard it. They pay their CEOs way too much, or they invest into products outside of the one you're playing. GW2 only got like 20% back what they sold in the real cash. If you look at the numbers with Star Citizen, though, CIG has a staff of over 1,000 people, and you look at the kind of profits they're generating and the amount of money they're making, you actually can see. Like they break down the payments, so we know what they're paying for, and most of it is for staff. Most of that being dev staff. If nothing else, Star Wars is a household name. Let's go with that metric. As a household name, I would be very surprised if Squadron 42 was a household name. I wouldn't be surprised if Squadron 42 was a popular IP. It has not only the cast, which is a big eye-catching cast. It has the legacy, the kind of thing you see in games like Halo or the original Call of Duty games or Doom or like the Elder Scrolls series, where there's a lot of passion. There's a lot of people who are doing this because they want to do it rather than it's to fulfill a market need. Because like no one's built a fucking Wing Commander clone in 30 years. There could be a reason for it. It could also just be nobody wants to. But we'll see. As I've said many times, I know the entire plot of Squadron 42 because I'm an idiot and I spoiled myself. So I'm not going to say too much, but I can say that from the story, it feels good. The writing is pretty good. It doesn't have the Marvel quippiness, but I would say it has the same sort of appeal as a decent Marvel movie. I said that a while back. I would probably not use that term now for modern Marvel, but like pre Infinity War Marvel sort of thing. In my opinion, CIG seems to have a lot of bloat, but that's from the outside looking in. What do you mean by that, Very? Still think we're going to get 2 other systems with Pyro? No. They would have told us by now. All I'll say is don't go into Squadron 42 thinking it's The Last of Us or God of War. It's not. It's not a like genre defining story that's going to make you cry and have big emotions. It's a solid popcorn action film. It's an homage to 80s sci-fi. Yeah, like the last year or so, it seemed like it were taking a long time. So I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw multiples drop. But given what we've known from the monthly reports, there hasn't been any mentions of Nyx or anything else since then. So probably not. There's definitely a lot of Half-Life. If you've just seen the videos, it's very Half-Life inspired. And there's definitely a lot of like cheesy over-the-top action. Except for Chris, along the lines of Pacific Rim, but Chris Roberts hates mechs, so not with no mechs. You say that, but the trailer says otherwise. What do you mean? I don't think I did. That surprised me. That scene surprised me. And I think that more goes into the dark side. So I've been saying this for a long time, but I don't think people are really ready for the dark side of the universe of Star Citizen. Because CIG likes to write things in shades of gray, you are the good guy, but you're not really. The UEE is not the good guy in Squadron 42. You are the protagonist who works for the UEE. I've never heard him say specifically that he hates mechs. I've just heard rumors that he hates mechs. "42 Shades of Grey," yeah. I don't think it's silent on Nyx because they're going to be surprised. We're going to see Nyx, but I don't think it's going to be with Pyro. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is they try to keep development in-house. For example, mocap is an in-house instead of contract to an outside studio. This can benefit, but can also balloon the studio to a size that's not really needed. The mocap studio, I believe they own, but at the same time, I think they have created a separate company to a separate entity to run the studio. So they can use the studio whenever they want to, but it's actually its own independent company that runs it, and that company also contracts out to other companies for studio. Because I remember hearing the name of the studio of their mocap, and it says specifically, like in some of the actors' calls, it has a specific company that is not RSI. It is not CIG. It is a completely separate company. And talking with some of the developers, they use a different company when it comes to the acting. Like when they get like Anna, for instance, she was hired through a separate company, not CIG, and she only talked with the separate company. And it was only that she got in contact with CIG after she started doing content for Star Citizen. So something like that, they're actually using. It seems like they're using. They're not running it necessarily. They own it, but they're using it as an asset. A lot of that stuff is like that. There are multiple companies inside CIG. Like Robert Space Industries is a company inside of Crowd Imperium Games that does most of their production. TMC, the mocap company, is that what it's called? Yeah, they don't use it all the time. So because they don't use it all the time, they use other companies. Other companies use it, as far as I understand. Hey, Astro, finally got to sit down after working. Been watching your stream for about 7 hours. Feel kind of bad that chat had you running around trying to get into the test today. It's okay. I ended up getting it in, so we'll try it again tomorrow. Paul, does it look like CIG is pushing a beeline to the Vega system, star system? Maybe. It's the reality when it comes down to Star Citizen right now is CIG just needs to get the technology they need for new systems in, which is going to come hell or high water. But I think it's going to be a rough slog. The 4.0 is going to come in hot, like burning into the atmosphere hot, and might kill everyone when it hits. But it will be in, so that people will stop asking where the fuck is Pyro. I think CIG hopes and plans on it not being a disaster, but I'm not going to bet the farm on it. Why does CR hate mechs? Did anyone to break his Voltron model? I don't know. I think mechs have a perfect place in Star Citizen because Chris Roberts sees Star Citizen and Squadron 2 as an homage to 80s sci-fi and action. And what's more 80s than giant mecha? Big Robo. CIG is working with the Imaginarium to give characters in Squadron 42. That may be the company they hired to find the talent. Aha! Imaginarium. You know who an Imaginarium is? It's Andy Serkis's company. Imaginarium was founded in 2011 by actor and director Andy Serkis and producer Jonathan Cavendish. Since its creation, the company has produced a number of feature films and high-end television dramas. Taika Waititi's next goal wins release cinemas. Half Bad, The Bastard Son, and The Devil Himself. No One Gets Out Alive. They did Mowgli. They did Death and the Nightingales, Breathe, Ritual. Oh, they did The Ritual. That was actually a really good film. And The Fungus Bogeyman. I love The Ritual. The Ritual's pretty good. Wolf is the next one that's coming out. Yeah, Andy Circus is a big part of Squadron 42, so yeah. Do you think? Do I agree with Morphologist's take that live servers should be more polished? No. Honestly, no. I get the knee-jerk reaction. I get the understanding, but I would rather content be in. I'd rather CIG be okay with their game being a burning dumpster fire as long as the content's in. They're trying to strike a balance between pushing content and making it playable, but I'm always going to be on the side of break shit, move more, or move fast, break shit. Because if I feel like if they got everything in, even if it was a garbage fire, they could actually sit down and start fixing it once they got the stuff in there, so it's not wasted effort. They're not wasting effort to optimize shit. Same. Motions at 3.24. Yeah. I'm a little weary. Now, I also understand probably why they want to make sure 3.24 isn't a flaming garbage pile, because it is very clear that 4.0 is coming after this next patch. It is the patch that's coming out before CitizenCon or around CitizenCon. And as a result, if 3.24 comes out in July, which it almost certainly will at this point, it will be the patch we have for July, August, September. For 3 months, we're going to have one patch. That's typical, but we don't know how long 4.0 could be in its cycle. We don't know how bad 4.0 could be. They could have a situation where they release it into the PTU and it's a dumpster fire of all dumpster fires, worse than 2.0's launch. I doubt it, but they want to make sure that the live experience is as good as possible when there is a long, long testing phase for 4.0. Better to figure out the tech and then content now, and then dumpster all, and then have to dumpster all their work later when things come in. Yeah. That's honestly the biggest part about 4.0. Pyro is going to be nice, and server meshing is going to be nice, but really what it is just getting that last bit of tech in, because once they have server meshing in, that is the tech that they were built for. For those of you who don't know, CIG stands for Cloud Imperium Games. Do you know why it's called Cloud Imperium? Do you know what that's in reference to? Because it's actually a name specifically for that's related to Star Citizen, because it was founded for Star Citizen. Because we're visiting Orson, the city in the clouds? Kinda. So Imperium is in reference to the United Empire of Earth. But it's also in reference to the cloud is in reference to cloud gaming. Because when 2012, when CIG was formed, or I think it was 2011, the whole purpose of CIG was to make Star Citizen, which was designed to take use of the new, at that time, an exciting technology of cloud technology to use it for gaming. And that shows you that CIG was founded for server meshing. They knew what server meshing was when they founded the game company. That was always the plan. This has been the same plan for 12 years. That's why it's called Cloud Imperium Games, is because it's a cloud gaming solutions, which uses the cloud to spin up and spin down servers dynamically. That was always the kind of cornerstone of the game. Meshing was always going to be the thing, because they were always going to use dynamic meshing for space to be able to have more people in space. So when I hear people say, oh, feature creep, Star Citizen feature, no, it's feature bloat. CIG has always planned all of these features. Even Planetary Landings was planned. But when they first talked about Planetary Landings, they said it was going to be a post-release feature. They weren't planning on having it as a release 1.0. And, you know, I've told the story many times, but thanks to apparently one, I thought it was 3, but it's apparently one developer at CIG Frankfurt who just said, hold my beer. How big do you think the unique item banks will be if it's now just an announcement from CitizenCon, an announcement of CitizenCon now? Wait, what? What the fuck is unique item banks? It has to do with CitizenCon. I'm missing something here. I don't know if we'll see it. We might see a test of dynamic meshing before the end of the year, but I doubt it. Probably more like before. One crazy German. Game transition in scope more than once? Sort of. It's more the pace than scope. If you want to know what Star Citizen originally was going to be, look at Starfield. Starfield is what Star Citizen was originally supposed to be. Like, almost exactly. More space sim than Starfield is. But in terms of planetary landings being a cutscene and a very limited area you can roam on the ground, all that kind of stuff. Oh. Xylo had a reply to it. I didn't know that. See any of his replies. Maybe it's buried. Oh, I was gonna say, this sounds like Hazel. Oh, this is Hazel. Not seeing any. I don't see the Xylo's response. Let me see if I can. Someone ping me in the bar. Oh, Don did. Okay. Thank you, Don. Oh, it was on Reddit. That's why. Fucking Reddit. While this feature isn't releasing in Alpha 3.24, item recovery is still coming is super important to us. We want to be sure it comes online in a way that's great, rather than implement a short-term solution. The team is currently developing as part of a larger system that we'll share more about at CitizenCon. Yeah, I'll share the link. Yeah, he's talking about sub recovery items. Item recovery for subs and stuff, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think it's an insurance system. I think that's what he's talking about. Oh, fuck. Y'all ready for this? This is either going to be the most brilliant move on CIG's part or the most tone-deaf thing I've ever seen CIG do. I think it means ship insurance. I think it means medical insurance. I think death of a spaceman is going to be talked about. It's how do you get things returned? And I think they're going to start to clarify on what gets returned and when. I hope, really fucking hope, not only for like gameplay reasons, but for legal reasons, that CIG is going to return all ships that you purchase with real money, no matter what. To be very clear, the insurance system was originally designed as a money sink. It was not designed as some sort of cash grab idea. They actually explained the insurance system multiple times when they first pitched it. The idea of the insurance system was that they are very wary of things like inflation in MMOs. So one of the things they wanted to do was add a bunch of money sinks so that players will not sit on a hoard of cash all the time. They wanted to add things like docking fees, medical repair or medical fees, ship storage fees, insurance, and so on and so forth, that they could add and tweak as they needed to siphon money away. Because unlike the real world, this is my economist hat, my economics teacher's hat on. You buy a lot of stuff in an actual economy. An economy is designed to distribute resources in scarce resources in an economy. The problem about video games is that video game resources are neither scarce, nor are their resources required for you to live. You don't have to pay rent in an MMO. And if you did, it would probably not be the life or death situation that you always have to do. You don't have to pay for food or medical insurance, all those kind of things. So CIG is just taking what exists in reality, mostly American reality, and puts it into the game as a means to sort of pull money away from the player in a way that makes sure that they can't always be making money, so they can control how much inflation happens in the actual market. Yeah, we pay for food, but that wasn't always the plan. The food, for instance, the food and drink system and the wear and tear system, those are all money sinks. They're immersion things, but the idea that your gun's going to jam and break and you're going to have to repair it, that is has more to do with the economic realities of Star Citizen, not like money making, but like the in-game economy, than it is the other thing. So. It isn't, and it isn't supposed to be real money. It's supposed to be in-game money. And the problem is that LTI became such a big fucking thing that they're no longer able to use ship insurance as a money sink. So I think what they'll do is they'll clarify some insurance stuff. That's almost certainly what he's talking about. The problem is stuff is too cheap, at least currently. No, the problem is we don't have enough money sinks. Stuff is cheap, but we don't have enough things to spend on. In the future, you're going to have to pay, if you, like, say, keep your ship in a hangar on a station, you have to pay money to keep that ship there for as long as you keep it there. And it'll probably cap out at a certain point, like a certain number of fees you have to pay for. But that is a money sink that they can turn off, or a valve they can turn on or off to try to increase or decrease the amount of incentive for people to move their fucking ships. We don't have medical insurance. You don't have to get paid to get healed at a hospital, which you should if you're doing stupid, dangerous shit. I still think a mag full of bullets shouldn't be less expensive than a burrito. It depends. right, so this is just a quick Google. To get a 30-round magazine of AR-15, this is a 223 or 556 30 round. It's $13.99 for one. Taco Bell burrito. Cost. Yeah, I agree. Even the most expensive burrito from Taco Bell is like $8. And this magazine is the cheapest magazine I can see is $10. They should be about the same price, but the magazine should be more expensive. Now here's the question. What are rounds like? 2 to 3. Box of ammunition is $10.99. Since you're paying for the magazine and the ammunition, you should be paying more money, for sure. Yeah, you're paying for the mag and the bullets, so you should be paying for more. Based off just a quick Google search, it's going to cost you about $25 to get a magazine plus a full load of bullets. Now, this PMC Bronze 223 Remington 55 grain FMJ ammo is how many? It's a 20 round box. Is $10.99. That won't fill up a 30 round mag, but it'll get close to it. So let's add an additional $2 onto that. Yeah, about $25. It'll cost about $25 for, you know, a magazine of 223 with for an AR-15, but it costs you about $8 for a burrito. So yeah, it should be about 3 times the cost of a burrito. Well, yeah, this is $10, $11. It's $10.99 for 20 rounds. Magazine's 30 rounds, so you'd have to pay. Just assuming you pay round that up to like $12, $13, maybe $14, and the magazine itself is like $12.99. So for a 30 round magazine, so just putting those together, it's about like $25, $26. There are far better places to buy ammo. That's going to change in Star Citizen as well. There'll be places you can buy ammo super cheap and or magazines super cheap, and other places super more expensive. But also, mags are reusable. Star Citizen, you have to pay for the mag and the ammo at the same time. I think Star Citizen would be awful in free to play. I hate free to play games because they're the pinnacle of problematic. They're super toxic. They're often, you know, there's like there's incentive to just fuck around. Universe is in post-war. We're currently in a war. Ammo's going to be probably pretty expensive for your private citizen. Weren't batteries supposed to be rechargeable on a ship? That was one of the ideas that they floated a while ago, yeah. Let's look at what a Chipotle burrito is. In my area, it looks like it's about $12. That's still half the price of a fully loaded magazine. Tech previews down until tomorrow. They might bring it back up with the new build. That's true. Sam's right. We're probably going to be able to craft ammo as well. So that's going to add another layer to it as well. But I don't think we're going to be able to craft ammo. I think we're going to be crafting magazines. I'd love for CIG to reverse course on that and actually give us refillable magazines. It doesn't have to be hand refill. As long as I can take a box of ammunition and drag it over onto a magazine and it just fills up, it'd be great. How did meshing go? It didn't. The meshing test didn't go. People couldn't get anywhere. You got in and you would 30K within a couple of minutes. And then you'd be stuck out for a while, and then you would try to get back in, and it would be 60K error. So the servers would be full until they crashed again. So like no one played enough of the game to be able to test the meshing. It was just crashing too much. To the point where it's clear that CIG didn't get the data they wanted, so they're trying to do another build to see if it works. It was clear that it wasn't the meshing that was causing problems, it was other things around the meshing that was causing problems. So my bunker method of just unloading an LH86 clip into each NBC is going to be cost prohibitive? Probably. 200 prep players. For people who got in, who played the short times they did before the 30Ks, everyone I saw was saying 30 FPS. 30 FPS servers, so like server FPS was 30 FPS. It was like top, pinged out, sort of like best performance. Just use the same system they have now for mag condensing, but pull from ammo box and to keep empty mags. No smeshing was had, yeah. I don't think we're going to see subscription. I think the subscription system is bad. I know a lot of people pulled for it, but I'm going to be the bad guy and tell you that a subscription system isn't viable. You just don't make enough money for subscription. How many people have... that's an optional subscription, though, Hazel. That's an optional subscription, not a mandatory one. How many people do you know in your life who play Star Citizen for like 3 weeks out of the year and then leave and then come back? Or maybe play Star Citizen twice a year, Invictus and IAE. Or come around for the major patch for, every major patch for about 2 weeks and then leave. That's a lot of people. Most people, I would say, do that. Maybe a lot of you do that who are watching me. I know a lot of people who watch me don't actively play the game a lot. And that would be awful to like, you would not be able, because people wouldn't want to jump in if Star Citizen was subscription. Even if it was completely like finished and crafted and all that kind of stuff, it wouldn't work. I do think optional subscriptions, the way we have in Star Citizen right now, is what CIG has subscription service right now, those can work. An optional subscription for a small bonus would be good. And I prefer that bonus to be something like LTI on all your ships as long as your subscription is up. Because it would reduce the impact of LTI that people think it has. It would incentivize people to do it, but it wouldn't give you such a major advantage. It would just be a kind of a small convenience boost to people who are willing to pay a little extra. And say that a free-to-play system would make more sense than a subscription model. Yeah, I agree. I hate free-to-play systems. I kind of also begrudgingly believe that the free-to-play model is the future. I think free-to-play games are how games are going to be made in the future, just in general. Because what free-to-play games allow you to do is to support the game as much as you want to. And if games are going to continuing to be more than just what you buy is what you get, because like so many games out there are, here, pay this $65. Oh, by the way, $35 more and to get the full experience. Like that kind of stuff is awful. It's an awful experience, and it's preventing people from buying games. When I see people like, oh well, X game didn't make enough money and it's failing the company, it's like, it's because your monetary system sucks ass. Because people will go, I'm not going to pay $80 for a game that I know is going to be $30 in 2 months, because you won't sell it enough, because it's way too, because you priced it way above its market price. You are priced at a way that you could make the most money, and like not enough people are going to pay that because they know you're going to go bust because it's not worth it, and you're gonna reduce the price and people buy it then. How many of you are still sitting on things like Starfield waiting for it to go on sale? I've heard so many people in my own chat be like, I'm waiting for X game to go on sale before, the insert game here to go on sale before I pay it. I'll wait for it's like $20 before I actually pick it up. Like, for instance, how many of you are going to buy Star Wars Outlaws at release? I'm not a fan of free to play because they still need to make money to operate. Yeah, but that allows for players to put in as much money as they think that's worth. Because what free to play does is it lowers the bar to entry so significantly lower that people are willing to try it and see if it's good or not. And if it's good enough, they go on. I mean, some of the most successful games of all time have been free to play, like fucking Fortnite. That's the problem, is it gives bad actors easy way to access and start over with a new account. It gives a lot of people the ability to build cheats. They can just get a new account. It doesn't matter if it's banned or not. They can do test a bunch of cheats and see if it works. So, World of Tanks, War Thunder, they're both very, World of Warships. They're all very, very popular and very successful games. MechWarrior Online is still going. Like, it's still being supported. It's still making them money. One of the big problems with free-to-play games is they're also free to troll and free to cheat, free to RMT, etc. Exactly. Fortnite is run by a horrible company, but you can't deny that it has had a major impact on not only gaming, but it's also been super successful. ESO is a good hybrid model of optional sub or free to play. I think ESO, almost all online games definitely have to go free to play. Some of my favorite games eventually became free to play, like Warframe, Destiny 2, Star Trek Online, World of Warships. Yeah. Was it World of Tanks or was it War Thunder? Yeah, y'all aren't ready. Y'all aren't ready for the generation that's graduating high school now that are going into the gaming industry. Between now and 2030, you're going to see a lot of people whose favorite game of all time was Fortnite. How do we stop them? I mean, aside from genocide. The upside though is we also have games like Undertale and I'm trying to think of other popular indie games that I can think off the top of my head. RimWorld and Stardew Valley, and there's a lot of indie games which have also had a huge impact on the scene as well. Helldivers 2. I think Helldivers has had some influence to that. Terraria has got a huge influence. The list could be longer. I don't have all that kind of information top of my head. I enjoy games, but I'm a very specific gamer. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. Like, I could also tell you that there's a shit ton of JRPGs which are massively influential in people's like understanding of games. I think Final Fantasy VII has crossed generational boundaries more than Mario at this point, or almost as much as Mario. Not to mention things like, you know how many tactics games there are out there right now? Minecraft is still fairly relevant. There's plenty of Final Fantasy 14 is still so like popular, like that kind of stuff. I wasn't sarcastic. There was a ton of indie games that make waves. Oh, I thought you said that list isn't long. I misread that. I was talking about my list wasn't long. It's just, I don't know all of them, but I would like to call Helldivers to be a millennial game, but I haven't seen many Gen Z games yet, etc. If I recall correctly. I think Helldivers has the potential of being a Gen Z or or an alpha game, Gen Alpha. For those who don't know, when you say millennial, I know a lot of people in my chat are boomers, or not really boomers. Most of y'all are Gen Xers. The youngest millennials in their 30s. I played it. I've played Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I have it. I haven't played it a lot, though. I needed the time. Gen X. X gonna give it to you. I like how Aimless and Midnight Black SE said the same thing. So does Shady and Minstrel. Now those millennials are permanently 18 to 25 and ruling society. I'm 37. I was born in 1987. The youngest Gen Xers, I think, are in their 50s. No, 40s. They're in their late 40s. The oldest Gen Xers are in their late 50s. Not retiring yet, but close to it. There are 26 star systems in 40k and in Rogue Trader. Damn, that's huge. I do too. Gen Z has a unique experience compared to us older folk, us Xers, boomers, Xers, and millennials. They are the first generation to be raised entirely with internet. Internet existed when I was younger, but it wasn't the internet that we have today. And I didn't really get access to it and really use it until the late 90s, early 2000s. I mean, I was in late high school when online console gaming was a thing. And now it's the common thing. Can you imagine what would somebody who has experienced like gaming at its peak, not a peak, but like in the late 2000s or late 2000s, early 2010s was like? People who were born in 2000 and, born in 2000 or 2002. In the end, what generation will finally create the damn holodeck so we can do it like Star Trek? This is the other thing I'm going to say before we're going up. This is a universal law, okay? This is not me trying to be weird. This is the universal law, which is if we're going to see something like the holodeck, it's going to be developed for porn. Because all technology has been saved by porn. The reason why we have a VHS and DVD, VHS and DVD even exists is porn. Not video games or not movies, not TV shows, it's porn. You have a newborn? Don't ask me what your newborn child should be called. You should have that yourself. The reason why the internet was so popular and was so successful, a lot of the I can guarantee you why the video codecs that exist today and why they're so good is because of porn. We wouldn't have YouTube without porn. VR is if VR is it manages to stay around longer as long as it's kind of got a niche right now, but if it's going to go beyond, and even then it doesn't really need to go beyond because it is already kind of there, like the sort of niche stage, VR is definitely if they can get it to work for porn, it'll stick around. The technology will stick around. I mean, generation. Oh, so the generation. The newborn generation right now is Generation Alpha. They kind of changed the definitions of when they're born, but I believe millennial is born anytime between the late 80s, like 85 and 2000 was millennial, and then like 2000 to 2015 is Zoomer, and 2015 to I think 2030 is going to be Gen Alpha. Weight, comfort, cost, AR instead of just VR must have an app. That's what you need for VR to survive. Yeah, the cost is too expensive. It needs to go down. The cost of VR needs to be as cheap as a computer, which is not saying much because like a VR headset needs to be as powerful as a modern PC is, and as affordable as a modern PC. I don't mean gaming PC. I mean like the $300 to $400 range. The oldest millennial graduated in high school in 2000. Yeah, I graduated high school in 2005, for reference. 82. You're not wrong, Aimless. Generation, the way of looking at generations is the same way that historians look at eras. Eras don't mean shit. When I say something like, oh, the late medieval period or the early modern period of history, that doesn't mean fucking anything. It's just the way we classify, because somewhere in that range of dates was the thing we think about. When you say late medieval, what I'm talking about is full knight in armor, height of feudalism, super powerful kings, the church is prevalent everywhere. Like we're talking like peak medieval fantasy almost look. When I'm saying early modern period, I mean, easy access to muskets, international trade, Age of Discovery. Like there's ships flying around, ships sailing all over the world. But like Age of Discovery, or the early modern period starts in like 1400 and ends in like 1600 or like 1700. That's a huge gap. That's 300 years of very different. No, the heavy fleet era doesn't mean shit. It's just a general term. In fact, I could tell you enough stories about in Star Citizen lore to tell you that the heavy fleet era is very general. Because there were things like the stiletto, which existed in the heavy fleet era. Same with the Gladius. The Gladius was built in the heavy fleet era. It wasn't really utilized until the nimble fleet era, but I only know the term boomer because of this ED Star Citizen community. Well, boomer actually comes from the term baby boomer, which is the people who were born after the World War II. Do people still read books? Labeling helps identify because, for instance, I have a lot more in common with someone who was born in 1991 than I have with somebody who's born in 1999. Because when someone who's born in 1999, I was 12. 13. It's 13. 99. I think I was right. I'm a history teacher. So like it helps understand trends, not just in marketing, but like what people do for a living, where they go, their opinions on things. Generally speaking, like generations tend to move in for political purposes or for economic purposes. It's a statistical reality rather than just marketing. I remember analog television. Anyone born in 99 does not remember analog television. They've only grew up with digital television. And anyone born in 2009 probably knows more about the internet than they know about television. Labeling helps to quantify, which is important for learning and understanding a thing. But labels are also stupid and bullshit. We invent them for no reason, for often for no reason. The static that you hit it and it was and the flicker that as it slowly turned on. I mean, there's a reason why I still have a notably dusty, because I don't use it a lot, 360 controller. Because it's useful for some games, but I don't know if you can hear it. You probably can. That tactile clack. And it's corded. Your daughter thinks every screen's a touchscreen. Yeah. I did too. I had typing for a semester in high school. Like speed typing. I remember having to do the tests where you had to do your speed test. You have to get it up a certain amount of words per minute. You learn punch cards. Oh man. God, I remember having to look up fucking reference cards, index cards. Luckily, I was of the age where you could, like, most like library systems were computerized, so you can like look up the like where you're like what the book is, but you have to remember the Dewey Decimal book. Like you have to find like the actual like number and then go to the system and find the number. And if you couldn't, you'd have to look it up in an index cards. You'd have to go to the index cards, pull them out, flip through the index cards to find the right one, to figure out if it's the right one with the right author, and then go find it on the shelves. Needle printers, encyclopedias. But Mavis Bacon, yeah. The point, zip disks, God. My point I'm making is that generations have those specific memories. And there will be a generation of game developers who remember Fortnite, Call of Duty, God of War, maybe, those sorts of things. Microfiche. Listen, as a historian, I love microfiche. Microfiche is still an amazing resource, and it should never go away. I remember tape games. Was that meshing test any good? Nope, it didn't really work. As I've been saying, it wasn't really a test because every stuff kept going wrong that had nothing to do with the server meshing, as far as I could tell. And my evidence for that is that CIG, or the developers, have said that they're going to try to do another test tomorrow because it was just nothing but 30K crashes and 60Ks. Like, you couldn't get in. And it was very, very short. Based off of the discussions on the testing chat as well, it seemed like there was a lot of weird issues that were going on in the background that they tried to hotfix while everything was going, which is why they had so many 30Ks, and none of those seemed to work. So they pulled it down so they could figure out what the fuck's going on with it. What if they just digitized all the microfiche? It'd be great, but we still need a hard copy. Digital copies are not reliable, and microfiche is more to the original version than the best part of the original version. Yeah, so they're going to try it again soon. How much of it do you think was people trying to go to Pyro? That could be the thing as well. They specifically said, do not go to Pyro, do not log into Pyro. It will brick your game, and possibly had other side effects. People were doing it anyways. Absolutely love how this channel can have deep intellectual conversations, and then 2 minutes later, discuss toilet gameplay. That's just my brain. That is how my brain works on a regular basis. It hops from deep, serious political discussions and insight and philosophy to funny sex jokes. It could be the tram system. But it's the same system that they were using. It's basically the same build they were using for 322 or for the last test, which worked fine. So. Whatever it was doing, it seemed to have something other than the server meshing is causing the problems, which doesn't help. By the way, Paul, lore question. Has there any been examples of cruisers and battleships? Yes! Yes, let me find it. Hold on. So, or would the Bengal with 3 shipbuster railguns be a battleship or not a battlecruiser? So the, are you talking about the version that we saw in the Squad 42 video, the one with the buster railguns on the like kind of like in a turrets, the couple of them? Those are battlecruisers, almost certainly. There's a great video by Jail who did a breakdown of that video and pulled out a little sneak peek there. So we know one. So I'm not going to say it because I always said it's not indefatigable. It's like fatigable or something like that. But battleship. This is referenced multiple times in the lore, and it was used by the UE Navy against the Vanduul early in the conflict, but they're now outdated and no longer in service. So there was a battleship that was used, but battleships are no longer being used by the Navy because of the Vanduul. And this indefatigable. Oh. And then this Integrity and Honor is a 45-minute long UE and recruiting film released in 2935. It was intended to spur naval enlistment and improve the public's understanding and opinion of the military's role in the conflict with the Vanduul. It was filmed aboard the UES Integrity during a 29-32-33 leg patrol, with additional scenes staged aboard the cruiser after the completion of its tour and other generated from archival gun footage. Indefatigable. And then we also have find the right one. Let's step through this.
Today.
Hold on.
So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye
UES Corvus
and say,
hold on. You look right here. It's a little blurry, but that says Morning Star. That says Corvus. And that says Integrity, I believe.
I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push your button.
Nice speech.
It's been growing on me.
Keniac89 just resubscribed for 33 months, and only regret 32 of those months XD.
Thank you so much for that 33 months of support. You're a very important pub. We're very impressed with any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking that. Trust and cheers and chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. So we do know that you can break down. Jail does a good job of kind of pulling things out from that. But we do know that almost certainly the UES integrity is there at the Battle of Vega. And we know it's a cruiser. And it looks like similar to this is the Corvus right here. And we see these gun up here. So this is the Corvus almost certainly is a cruiser as well. These look very similar to the Bengal. It's obviously they're built off the Bengal chassis or similar design to the Bengal. And then this is obviously a Javelin. And you can see the differences between the sizes. The Javelin is much smaller than the right now it's called the Integrity class cruiser. So now I'm doing frame by frame, but if you do this, the problem is everything's too blurry in the background. That's probably the Kugari right behind him. Yeah. The forward and back buttons are the period and the comma buttons. I shoveled shit in Louisiana, Patton movie reference. Yeah.
I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push your out.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Now let's get into position.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from that, but yeah. That's it. Just a good luck. All those ships make it home safe, right? It's called the establishment of a threat. You want to describe to your audience that the enemy you're facing is brutal and unrelenting and is going to destroy everything you hold dear. Welcome to the Battle of Vega 3. If you haven't heard about the Battle of Vega 3, watch my video on the fall of Virgil, and it'll give you very good context as to what the Vanduul are capable of doing and what they like to do for fun and for sport. That's the first mission. You get, probably the first 2 or 3 missions is just you fighting in the Battle of Vega 3. That's not a spoiler, by the way. CIG has already spoiled it if you watch that video I just showed you. Star Trek dropping out of warp to half a starship float drifting right at you. Yeah. Like I said, Star Citizen is going to, or Squadron 42 is going to have some pretty dark themes. They don't know exactly what they're facing. They know it's a Vandal of some kind. They don't know what size or scale or where they are. They just know that they're around the jump point, that they went through the jump point. But does Henry Cavill make it? I honestly don't know. Scuttled our women and did what to our fleet? Bastin. This is an action film in a video game format. If there's a dog in it, you know what's going to happen to that dog. Yeah, you know, Henry's in it. Henry Cavill's in it. Henry Cavill is one of, like, he's like Captain Ryan Enright in the Squadron 42. They'd never kill off a beloved and impactful character to drive the fields, would they? All I'm going to say is that these actors are pretty big and they cost a lot of money. Don't know how many of them are going to be affordable for part 2. Yes, the dog always lives, just like in John Wick. Don't monster me. I'm not the one who's going to stab the dog. I'm not the one who's going to turn the dog into a shish kebab in front of your character within 3 minutes of the game starting. That's not actually going to happen. I have no fucking idea. But I know enough about CIG's writing to be like, yeah, that's going to do that. They're going to do they're going to do some fucked up shit in front of you. CIG wants to make you hate the Vandal. They want to make you afraid and mad at the Vandal. And they want to do it quickly. I would be very surprised if they didn't throw every single trope and cliche in the book at you with a Vandal within the first couple of missions. Daniel Day-Lewis plays a space whale. The Vandal are going to be a 10-foot tall kick the puppy Hercules. Have I got the pyramid from the Bar Citizen? I do, but I haven't actually done anything. Doug Jones's Pico. Again, to be fair, I don't know if they're going to kill the dog. I just expect to. And for those of you who don't know, there is a dog in Squad 42. It's been confirmed. CIG was working on dog animations for Squad 42, and then based off of the next follow-up monthly report, you can pet the dog. Then they got Andy Serkis to play the Vandal. Yeah, no, he plays the main bad guy. The main bad guy Vandal. He also helped invent the Vanduul like body language and their language. And Jeffrey Combs as everyone else. Squadron 42 with Jeffrey Combs as every role. Hey, terrible Nazi. All I'm going to say is Squadron 42 is a war game. It's a game set in war. And this isn't Call of Duty. It's not, you know, like a modern 90 or like a 90s or a modern action superhero movie where everyone lives. It is based off of 80s science fiction and action movies. 80s science fiction action movies were bleak as fuck. So many people died, including the main characters. Fucking Predator is a movie that's just about all of the main characters after exposing how much of a badass they all are, slowly dying. Alien is about all the main characters getting picked off one by one. Same with Aliens. Those are the two biggest influences. I don't think they're gonna go out like bitches. I think they're gonna go down with the most some cliche action scene. Someone's gonna die by holding a grenade. Squadron 42 is a Gundam anime written by Tomino. Yes. Yes. There's going to be a lot of problems. Some of you may die, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Star Citizen in Squadron 42's universe is pretty bleak. It's not entirely bleak. Based off of my understanding of the different tropey ideas of like noble, bright, grim, and dark, Star Citizen is noble bright, noble dark, not grim dark, not noble bright, but like noble dark. The universe sucks, but it's not beyond saving. Good still exists, good people exist, and there is still a fighting chance, but it's very dark. It's very hard to fight through it. Mark's playing the old mentor character, who's literally played the main character in the Wing Commander series. It's almost certain he's going to play the Ben Kenobi character. No, Admiral won't die by flying a Jav into the kingship. I'm still pissed off that CIG fucking spoiled that. Stop killing Mark Hamill, entertainment industry. CIG spoiled it themselves. They released a lore synopsis on the Battle of Vega. I'm not telling you what happens. I'm just saying it's out there. CIG has ruined the entire first act of Squadron 42. It was a Galactopedia update on the Battle of Vega 3. I think it was intended. I'm going to be very clear with like how Squadron 42 is paced. The first couple of missions do have an impact on the rest of the missions. in terms of storylines, but they are insulated. They're not part of the overarching story. They're more world building. Bishop's speech happens after the battle. I did do the tech preview. I basically got to download the game and then log in right when they closed it. There was too many problems though. Plot twist, the synopsis is an inaccurate PR reaccounting of that battle. Man, I wish. Again, I'm not gonna don't push me any further because I don't want to like accidentally reveal plot spoilers. I can say that based off of what I know, what I've seen, what I've heard, Squadron is a very big game. There's mystery, intrigue, betrayal, twists. There's drama, and a lot of it is social. A lot of the game is going to be you learning about characters in the context of what they do and being around them in that context. Hey, this is actually a good explanation. So Bearded CIG on Twitter posted a good joke. He posted 7 hours ago, the server mesh PTU go, and then a couple minutes later he posted, "This build is on fire." And this is the reason why it was taken down. Bearded said it was taken down because it was busted, and we'll try again with a different build another time. I'll be very important if Squadron doesn't have a scene with a gun-toting Pico mowing down ship jackers. I don't think we're going to see that. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Pico, some gun-toting Pico references though. It'd be a nice little Easter egg to have Picos hidden around various maps with guns slapped to them, like rare guns. It's like you can find rare guns, rare versions of guns, like be right next to Picos in various locations in Squadron. Like you go to this area behind this one, behind the locker, you see a Pico, and it's got like a fucking like Apocalypse Arms railgun and stuff like that. Is Squadron purely combat focused, or does it serve to demonstrate other gameplay? As far as I understand, it is mostly combat. There is social aspects, but there is no mining, salvage, exploration. There's some exploration, but it's mostly in the service of combat. You play as a military fighter pilot in sort of a frontier system, or a kind of a lawful, like a edge of space, of UE space, dealing with a very unlawful system known as the Odin system. Have a good night there, Midnight Black. I'm actually gonna call it a night here too. I think Chris is sort of, I don't doubt that there's going to be a lot of cutscenes, but there seems to be a lot of influence from Half-Life. And if anyone knows the Half-Life series, you'll know that Half-Life is pretty famous for not taking control away from the player, giving a player as much control as possible. And at one point, they demonstrated that every cutscene can be interrupted. But when you interrupt the cutscene, the scene still plays out in real time. Like the vertical slice they had, or not the vertical, the vertical slice. They had the arrival of the prisoners on the MPUV, and that whole cutscene. I believe it was when in the commentary they said you can interrupt that. The second it plays, you can hit a button and interrupt it, and you can walk up and watch the scene happen in person in front of you. You don't have to sit there and look at the cinematic angles. The cinematography is still going to be there, but it is interruptible, but it still plays. You just aren't there. Will there be trolleys and child lines? Yes. Hey, Zitatomi. I hope that's still the case. Because based off of all of the stuff they've showed us as well, there definitely seems to be a huge Half-Life influence in there. They love their ropes and pulleys. And there's a lot of social aspects, just like in other Chris Roberts Wing Commander games. Getting to know your wingmen, the crew on board, probably little side quests to deal with their own personal problems, giving them options, that kind of stuff. I think they'll sell the modules. I hope they do at least. It'd be a great way of selling them in game, though. Or when do they, I think? Earliest would be the end of this year. I think 4.0 takes preference on all this kind of stuff, though. Squadron 42 is a mixture of Half-Life 3 and Crisis 3, or Crisis 3. Was there a Crisis 3? There was. Crisis 4. It's Half-Life 3, Crisis 4, and Wing Commander 6. I don't care if there's Wing Commander 6 or Wing Commander 5. I don't care if there's Wing Commander 5. This is the real Wing Commander 5. One of these days, Paul, you should do a Wing Commander watch party. I will, but I don't think you can do that live because I think it's not owned by Chris, right? Especially with the stuff around the mining station, feels very Half-Life inspired. Instead of Crisis, now can you run Star Citizen? Well, it helps that like half of the original dev team from the original Crisis works for CIG. Like several people who built the CryEngine work for CIG now, like the original CryEngine. Those CryEngine people are the reason we have Planet Tech, 100%. You know, in that I kind of think that he does. In late 1997, Digital Anvil, the entertainment company founded by Wing Commander creator Chris Roberts, acquired the live-action feature film rights to the Wing Commander series from Electronic Arts. I heard that he did at one point, but I don't remember if he allows us to stream it. I like this vehicle artist. I like this vehicle artist a lot. Or this weapon artist. So Joel Phelps, who did the, who was part of the video team, about the team that was on at CIG, showing off CIG stuff. I'm looking at his Twitter. Half of his Twitter is Mecha. It's just pictures of Mecha. Jesus fucking Christ, Chris. You hired a bunch of Mecha fans and you hate Mecha. You hired probably the most important Mecha fan in gaming. Next to like anyone from FromSoft, which is Sean fucking Tracy. Sean the Criminal Tracy. The man who basically saved MechWarrior when Microsoft all but abandoned it. And you don't like mechs? God damn it. Mechs are cool. Armored 6 Core 6 was fire, yeah. I mean, I am never going to underestimate the impact of FromSoft. FromSoft is one of the few hardcore developers who doesn't do specifically mech games that has basically saved mech games. Before they did Dark Souls and Demon Souls, they were best known for the Armored Core series, but also, like, I remember them from Chromehounds, which was an MMO, a mech MMO, with like faction gameplay and like battles that would impact who you could take what. It was fucking great. And that was they basically, it wasn't Armored Cores at the MMO, but it was heavily influenced by Armored Core. Yeah, I'd like a fully fleshed out Gundam game that wasn't just a fighter or anything else like that. Like a beat 'em up or Titanfall 2 is one of the best games of all time. Fuck mech games, one of the best games of all time. It is probably the best mainstream mech game ever made, next to Armored Core. I will fight you in a mech if you disagree with me. So Astro, when are we going to see you stream Elden Ring? Just say you want an 08th MS team game. I would love the 08th MS team, that feel in a video game. It doesn't have to be Gundam. It could be any. Welcome everyone from Liquid Stream. My name is Paul Berserker1 Batman Shelley. Humble host in Space Bar here at the AstroPub, your space bar in the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. You came in and me glowing about mechs. It is hot mech summer. I am fully in swing of hot mech summer, so we will be doing more stuff about that in your future. But I've been streaming for 9 hours, so we're gonna be here for a few more hours, maybe even under a few hours, a few more minutes, and then we'll call it. But how long has the color filter changed the chat to not blue? What, that? It's blue. How you doing, Liquid? What are you up to? Anthem is more of an exosuit game than a mech game, but similar idea. Well, on the screen, it's blue. That's blue. Yeah, it wasn't. It's now purple. Titanfall 2 is great and all, but what about the Army Men MMORTS games? I see what you're doing, Shaka. Steel Battalion front missions were all pretty good. There's a new mech game being made by Bandai Namco, and it gives me all of the Lost Planet vibes, because Lost Planet is another secret mech game that a lot of people forget it was a mech game. It gives me Lost Planet vibes, and then I found out that it's a tie-in game for an anime, and it's just Gaijin Impact. It's just Honkai Star Rail. It's a waifu collector. Mecha Break is good. I actually can't talk about it. I applied to do to be a tester for Mecha Break. But yeah, Silky, I actually would love to do a Lancer, like to play in a Lancer game at some point. I'm always the DM. I've heard some mixed results about it, but it's got a lot of animations. Very detailed animations. It's Synduality is the name of the anime and the name of the game. Synduality Echo of Ada. Here, I'll pull up the trailer so you can see it. Okay. It's very different. It was very buggy too, yeah.
Okay, if I'm gonna be honest, the last extraction style...
I forgot about it. That's not the one I wanted. I wanted the trailer. Here we go. It's Tarkov. It's Mech Tarkov. I'm not even joking. You seen Mecha Break yet? I have, yeah. And anytime the trailer lacks gameplay sounds, there's a lot of the closed beta test did have some reviews for it, and the reviews are basically it's buggy, it's janky, it's not quite there yet. It feels very ham-fisted. It's an anime tie-in game. So when I first saw the review for it, I was like, why has this been passed me by? And then I heard it was an anime tie-in game, and basically most of what it is it's Tarkov, but you pilot a mech, and you have a little like assistant Navi, which is your fully customizable waifu. So it's like you can change their gender, their height, their size. They're like, it's a full character, maybe not character customizer. I think it's like you can customize what they wear, but like they have full animations. There's full scenes of them doing things like laying on a bed and dancing around and all that sorts of things. It's mostly about the waifu collecting. And there are two different ways. You can go peaceful route or you can go PvP route. If you go PvP route, you get put in with other PvP players and you go fight and you do stuff. And you can actually steal other people's waifus. That Genshin Tarkov thing had a very Hawken art style. Yeah, even the movement. But the movement system is much more Battletech. It's much more Mech Warrior. It's very slow. It's very like cumbersome. It's not very fast like Hawken was. So. Star Citizen will launch once they reach a 1 billion funding. I mean, we'll probably see it after 1 billion. Yet another extraction shooter, but with mechs this time. Yeah. NTR game. I'm sad. I know what that means. Hey, like I said, said a few minutes ago, like 20, 30 minutes ago, porn pushes technology. No comment, terrible Nazi, because I know you know. To be fair, like you don't have to be into weird shit to know NTR, what NTR means. You just have to be into anime to know what that is. Google it. Wasn't NTR the name of an anime series before it was a genre? I don't know. PvP always just lends to short, meaningless arena matches. Yeah. How'd the match testing go? Poorly. To give you an idea, one of the developers who's behind who's behind a lot of the server tech, or helps do a lot of builds for like PTU, posted, "This build is on fire," only a couple hours after it was released. Basically, it failed. The build failed. And they're going to try to fix it and release a different build. They said they're going to try to do one tomorrow, but we'll see. No, I'm not going to explain to you, because that's actually literally a breach of service in Twitch. Yeah, it's not good. If I say Google it, it's probably a sex thing. Did I watch Zoids? A little bit. My mech history starts with Gundam Wing and it evolved from Gundam Wing into Appleseed. I think it was Appleseed, and then Blue Gender, and then I can't tell you how much Blue Gender like fucked my mind when I was like, I think I watched it in like 2005. I was like an 18-year-old, just kind of sort of getting into anime at the time, and the idea that you could put a very dark dystopian like sci-fi anime and have a love story built into it, like a meaningful, impactful love story, was like, whoa, what? I'm having emotions, and I get to see robots punch the shit out of bugs. I get to see kaiju fights with mechs and also have emotions about it. That's an appropriate response to Blue Gender. The movie was shit. The movie was is a really, you can't really like truncate the story of Blue Gender. It's probably a sex thing, and that's probably as close to Thin Ice as we're gonna skate. Yeah. Yeah, they're a little bit bigger. The mechs in Blue Gender are about the same size as a Titan suit. They're about 10 feet tall. And there were some big monsters. There are some significantly larger, like blue than just the normal blue. Paul, I'm gonna make this capsule and probably call it for a night. 3 hours later, check this out, this anime mech trailer, you guys. To be fair, I also got rated, so that's the reason why I wanted to stay up a little bit longer. There's a new Mech Warrior 5, new Mech Warrior 5's coming out. A standalone Mech Warrior 5 called Mech Warrior 5 Clans. We have Battletech, which is kind of a Mech Commander kind of replacement, but I do think we could get more Mech Commander style games, and there's a couple of games that I'm going to play during Hot Mech Summer, which starts probably next week, which are like Kriegsfront Tactics, and I had this earlier. There's one that was made by a bunch of mod developers for Kerbal Space Program that was that released pretty recently, which was pretty good. Kriegsfront Tactics, Zeka Tactics, Tansugura, and Grit and Valor. Those are the ones.
Following
the
defeat, Yamato Empire ceded.
Okay. Sure this off. Does Metal Wolf Chaos qualify as a mech game? I think it kind of does. It's a joke mech game, but yeah.
Following the defeat, Yamato Empire ceded its territories in the Pacific, leaving behind a chaotic vacuum of power.
Semboyan kita tetap satu. Merdeka atau mati.
The Phoenician insurgents continue their attack of the remaining UOC soldiers stationed in the colony. Krieger mech squads have been deployed to contain the situation.
Move that ass, maggots. I don't fucking care which idiot.
The President had expressed concern about the brutality our brave UOC soldiers have endured in the primitive land of New Tanisha.
Our boys in the colony have suffered too much from this insolent display of lawlessness. The UOC will be benevolent no longer.
Those hardy New Zanesians salvaged the Empire's creeks and made them their own. They turned it into a promise of power, to resist, to fight back. Brave men defending their liberty. I respect them.
Got intel there's an old temple in these parts. Locals call it China.
But the order was clear. The land belonged to the UOC, and we had to get it back.
It is of utmost urgency that we move to protect the people of New Tanisha and defend what is rightfully ours.
That's not.
Following the defeat,
Prep Mission 1 and 2 are on Steam as well. Yeah. I'll pull up the other one real quick. It was called... What was it called? Looks like they haven't had much for Zeka Tactics recently. This was 4 years ago, but we'll see. I don't know if it's out. So promising. There's a demo for it? Yeah, there's a demo for it. We'll play the demo and stuff like that. Did I play Metal Fatigue? No, I didn't. Mentioned earlier, Xenogears is an amazing mech game. Yeah. Put up the other one, which was... Mecha Break is okay. The problem with Mecha Break is that it's very PvP oriented. I like PvP, but I have Strike Suit Zero. I haven't played it in a while though. Yeah. Y'all chill out. Jaded and Anansi, y'all chill out. Very heavy gear feel. I play a ton of PvP. I played a lot of MechWarrior Online. I like PvP. I'm just not much of a Star Citizen sweat lord. Just both of y'all chill. Just don't worry about it. All right, with that, I'm going to call it because it's about 11 o'clock here. So I'm going to be back tomorrow. Probably around when, if they do another test. If they don't do a test, if they don't announce another test for tomorrow, we'll do, I'll just be coming in on like 4 or 5 o'clock my time with group gameplay with the League. For those of you who are with patrons, I will have a new video up this weekend on the medium and large ships of the UEE Navy. It's kind of a preview for Squadron, the Squadron video, lore video. And then I am going to be creating and releasing next week. I'll be creating and releasing the Titanfall 2 or Titanfall series kind of retrospective, not retrospective, but lore of the Titan Wars, complete history of like the Titanfall universe basically. And it'll be probably about an hour, and that'll be up on before I go to visit my in-laws and my mom and my sister over the holiday break. So it'll be up for Patreons for a while, and then it won't be released for everybody else until July 10th. So I'll do my best to try to get as many videos done as possible, but I also want to stream a lot more. So I'm thinking about doing, I might not do this Wednesday through Sunday. I'll probably do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Do 8-hour streams. Or like the what are they called? The pubathons. So because it's the end of the day. So with that, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. QPen, I got to yell at you about MechWarrior 5 stuff, which we'll do. I want to say starting in July, maybe next Friday. We'll see. Who knows? Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.